Call the meeting to order of the Wilmington City Council. I'd like to welcome all those who are with us this evening and all those home watching us on TV or your computer. Thank you for taking an interest in your government. At this time, I'd like to recognize Patricia Freeman, who's the pastor of St. Philip's AME Church, for the invocation. Ask that everyone remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance afterwards. Pastor, welcome.
Let us all join our hearts and minds in a word of prayer. Father, our Creator of all humankind, let us not forget those who have been protected by our officers and our policemen in cities far beyond us. And let us thanks for allowing us to be in these safe chambers tonight. We ask that you give us a mind and heart for those who would lead us tonight. We ask that you bless them with the mind of integrity, justice for all. Help them to be conscious of those who have placed them in leadership, that they have the strength and the wisdom to lead us in a better place where we play, where we study, where we serve, that we'll have a better place tomorrow and for generations to come. This we ask in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have several presentations this evening. Our first presentation is an update from the Wilmington Housing Authority, and at this time I'd like to recognize Mr. Tyrone Garrett, who's the Executive Director of the Wilmington Housing Authority. Mr. Garrett, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Members of the council, good evening, and to the members of the public. I'm excited to offer a small update of where we are. Usually when I come before you, I take a short period of time. I just need an extra 5 minutes, I think, this time, because there are some things that I need to discuss and talk with you and give you a full explanation of where we are with the authority and what we've been doing. So if you would indulge me, I know you have a long agenda, but we just need a few extra minutes. Okay. So many of us in this room, we totally realize and understand that we are perfectionists, and even on our worst day, we try to get it right. It's important for us to do our very best at the WHA. My commissioners have entrusted myself and my agency and my team to get things done on behalf of the residents that we actually serve. Since arriving, the only goal for us and the only goal for me has been to effectively lead the Wilmington Housing Authority into a new vision, and that's been it. I've been a public servant for over 25 years, as you're aware, and what comes along with that is a lot of scrutiny and a lot of cynicism, being a part of the actual job description on a daily basis, and I'm sure that you know that from personal experience of your own. During that time, I've been a leader in both the public and private sector organizations of varying sizes, but the one thing that I know and I can explain to you is that there's nothing that I haven't seen before when dealing with the housing authority. Although we may believe otherwise, there is a reality that there is no single written philosophy and really no academic approach to what we're facing here at WHA. It is only with empathy, knowledge, and actual experience that will move us forward. Although we still have miles to travel, I will acknowledge that the progress WHA has made has been purposeful. So unlike the previous updates, I need, again, to take a little more time with you so you clearly understand in detail where we began and where we're heading. So in October of 2021, mold issues became prevalent, as you are aware, originally displacing 21 families. With only a monthly budget of about $510,000 and an annual capital fund for roughly $2 million in capital fund. So that meant on a monthly basis, we were only receiving $510,000 from the federal government as an operating budget, and we only had $2 million annually to cover any capital repairs that were necessary and needed. So, October 21 families, $510,000 as our budget. March 2022, we ended up with 155 families displaced. In May of 2022, we had 150 families displaced. A new board came onto the Housing Authority and a new administration. But I want to tell you that over that period of time prior to that, we were spending $740,000 a month on hotel costs for those 150 residents that were displaced. We were also spending over $400,000 in per diem. So that equated to roughly over $1.1 million per month. And let me go back, our original budget each month was only $510,000 per month, and we're spending over $1 million per month. June of 2022, my new administration came on. We created a new scope of work and a new RFP. I came before you as a city and also the county, and you funded us, approximately $2.6 million combined. That was important because that got us started. In July, we were able to identify that we had 143 families displaced, and we started moving in the right direction. We brought on a new maintenance VP to oversee the new scope of work. August of 2022, the contractors began on a new scope of work that was created. We had 129 families displaced. September 2022, 111 families displaced, and we received the NCORE grant for $2.3 million. October of 2022, 100 families displaced. November of 2022, 78 families displaced. December of 2022, 61 families displaced. We cut our hotel costs down to $96,000, roughly $96,000, and our per diem was at $111,000 per month. Remember, we went from $700,000 for hotel cost and per diem cost down to $96,000 and $111,000 respectively in the course of 5 months. As of today's date, 57 families are still displaced. Our projected per diem for this month will only be $83,000. Again, the total per diem and hotel cost for roughly 18 months prior to my arrival was over $10 million. So right now we have 76 units that have actually been remediated. And when I say remediated, what that entails is a unit has been inspected, there has been a scope of work created, and we've gone in and had a team, professional team, licensed team, go in and remediate all of the health and safety issues surrounding mold. What it does not account for are work orders that may have been in the unit prior to the resident being displaced and placed into a hotel. The way we've been handling that is health and safety first, it's cleared, residents return to the unit, and then we work through work orders that may be within that unit. And I can go into a little bit more on that if there are questions arise about what those work orders actually look like. So currently, let me go back. Again, we only have 57 families that are in the hotels. Our goal is to have them out of the hotels into safe spaces, whether it be a corporate apartment, a temporary location on site with public housing, or utilization of the Housing Choice Voucher. And as you can see from this chart, 30 families elected to use the Housing Choice Voucher instead of moving back to public housing, which was a benefit because it took the relief off of turning the units. We still have 4 contractors that are working on site within the units, and we believe that we can have another 42 units put back online before the end of February. Now, for some of those residents who were originally part of the Woodbridge contingent, those units are not going to be ready until after we receive money after the money is released from the state through the NCORE grant. Then we'll be able to begin work on those particular units and move forward. Those residents will have a temporary move and then have a second move back to their final home, which was originally at Woodbridge. The only reason we have to do that is because those units, again, as I explained, were taken down to the studs when this first began. So WHA is now in the process of a rebrand of the organization overall. What you can see are these particular photos about our customer service attempts, 3 C's for us, which means that we have to be courteous, we have to be complete, and we have to be clean when we're dealing with work orders. So we're doing a soft launch of this. This is what, we have a geofence that's out, so this information is going out to the residents on a weekly basis, letting them know exactly what our priorities are, along with the priorities of the overall agency, and for the general public to understand exactly where we stand. So some people may, as they drive through our complex or drive by, because we used a 4-mile radius, may get a hit and may end up receiving one of our little pop-ups on their mobile phone or whatever technology they may be using. The idea of transformation of the organization is inside and out. Back to the basics, being able to provide better resident services, develop a comprehensive training program for our staff, modern technology, improve communication and visibility, and finally, revitalize the WHA communities through rehabilitation, development, mergers, and acquisitions. We restructured our departments, created the relocation, orientation, training, and counseling team. That ROTC team is the team that is doing the moves for the residents that have been displaced. They are on it. They are the individuals responsible dealing with our third-party social service organizations and nonprofits, such as Catholic Charities, with providing furniture for our residents that are returning. They're also responsible for going into the units after a resident is returned to make sure that everything is to their satisfaction. And if not, they're making clear notes and creating work orders for the families. Performance management is a new metric for us. It creates accountability at all levels, especially at the department head level for me. It has to trickle down. And we also are able to do a workforce assessment to identify exactly what we need in the future for our organization and how we move that forward. We also want to manage cost. That's always going to be a responsible, fiduciary responsibility that I have as the CEO, along with the Board of Commissioners. So we want to make sure that we're moving the agency in the right direction. Revitalizing WHA. I think some of you may have heard about our meetings over the last couple of days with our Related Urban, which is our development partner for Hillcrest. So the idea for WHA right now in this revitalization effort is to do a physical needs assessment of the entire portfolio. Now that physical needs assessment is going to start tomorrow. We have 3 priority locations: Solomon Towers, Hillcrest, and Houston Moore. Those are going to be surfaced up to the top, and those we should get back no later than the end of the spring for those 3 particular properties, and then we'll finish the rest of the portfolio at a later date during the summer. Preservation of our stock, rehabilitation of our stock, and redevelopment of our housing stock. So right now we're discussing those goals in the spring. We're going to construct our timeline in the summer. We're going to start to implement and plan in the fall of '23 and then in the spring of '24. We should be able to implement at least the Hillcrest effort at some level. So conceptually, our portfolio transformation looks like this. RAD is a rental demonstration program that utilizes equity, private equity, to rehabilitate. We're going to use that for Solomon Towers. Solomon Towers will not require any residents to move. We will be able to do that rehabilitation in place. Section 18, which is demo disposition, will be used for Houston Moore. That will be a full new construction project that we'll work on in the future. Hillcrest will require both. There will be RAD money, which is a funding source for us, and also Section 18. So we can use the RAD program not only to rehabilitate, but also to do new construction. So that is a form of financing that we're going to have for Hillcrest. Hillcrest will be a completely new redevelopment project, taking into consideration its historical significance that it does have. We'll work around that, but it will be new construction at that particular site. We started our meetings with Hillcrest and the residents yesterday and trickled over to an informative meeting with the city today. The one thing I did stress to everyone, and will continue to stress, is that our commitment is build first. Whenever we can physically and financially do so, we will build first in transforming the portfolio. We will also give every resident the right to return, no matter what. If you are a resident with us as we start the process, you will be a resident that's allowed to return. And one-for-one replacement. Our effort is, if we're going to demolish 251 units at Hillcrest, our goal is to replace 251 units at Hillcrest, and then look for opportunities for increased density to deal with affordable housing on behalf of the residents and other individuals in the community that need this type of support. Kind of blew through it a little quicker than what I wanted to, but I am available for questions and your observations and any concerns that you may have.
Yes, sir. Mr. Barnett?
First of all, thank you. Thank you for taking on such a big challenge, and I like the progress. I just got a couple questions. One, you mentioned there are 57 families still in hotels.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how many children there are?
No, sir. I can get that number for you, though.
Okay. And then the second thing, I heard you just mention about Hillcrest. You said you got them in RVs now? Did you say something about RVs?
No.
Did I misunderstood? Okay.
No families are in any RVs and
Okay.
trailers or anything like that. No, they're
All right.
still staying in their units. We're just starting to prepare them for what's going to be the transition in the future. More than likely, we're trying to do a build first opportunity, which will minimize the displacement of families into temporary relocation units.
And when you make the new Hillcrest, they will be affordable. And
Yes.
what I'm understanding from the
Yes.
slide was that if they came out, they can go back in.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Mr. Spears?
Yes, sir. I want to say congratulations for the progress that you're making. And I also want to say that I'm still supportive of your efforts. But I must say, you know, when I get beat up a little bit, I get beat up a little bit because of what's going on. And I got to beat up on somebody else a little bit because of what's going on. So if I've had some complaints, I've had concerns about what's happening in WHA, and I've had to make some calls. Doesn't mean that I'm not supportive of you, doesn't mean that I don't believe in what you have going on. But I think like my city attorney said when she walked past me, consistency is the key. And also communication is the key. So when you have people who are complaining and they have issues going on and they can't reach anybody, that's concerning. And then the first person who pops in their head is me. And it's hard for me to explain to them that I have no control over what goes on at WHA. But I can always make a phone call or contact, an email, a text, or something like that. So my question is about this ROTC team. How many people do you have on that team, and what does that workload look like?
It's seven members of that team. Now, I can tell you, in my experience, it only takes 7. I was able to, at a previous opportunity or challenge that we had, move 130 families, actually 160 families in 6 months into permanent locations. So this is the right size for that particular group. What I was saying was earlier, remember you heard me say something about philosophies and academics, trying to apply that to this. It's difficult to do that, right? It is difficult because every family is in a different situation.
True.
Some families require more support, and that's the best way for me to couch it. And we have to work with them as we receive them. Some families, it's been a little bit easier to move them and transition them back into a unit. Other families, we've had to take a little more time.
And that's understandable, but still that consistency and that communication will be key to your success, my success, and also the success of the families. And so, again, congratulations on the work that you've done, and I don't think you have to rush it. You know, it looks very impressive for you to get all of these folks back into their homes comfortably and out of hotels. But once people come back home, they want to stay home.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can, if you don't mind, I have something I can share with you to somewhat answer that question a little more in depth. I added an additional slide. So as you know, mold isn't something that's just for the housing authority. Like, that's prevalent in the building that I stay in. We got one of these notifications of what to do in case to prevent mold. One of the big pieces is, making sure that we're able to do regular cleanings within our units. We encourage residents to do that, and if they're having problems with housekeeping, we make a strong effort to find someone to give them some support, and also talk and discuss with them exactly some of the steps that they need to take. This is just an example of a flyer that we have put out to the residents, just telling them to keep their thermostats on the AC units at a proper temperature, not opening and closing the door or leaving a door or a window open while you have your AC running which will create moisture in the particular unit. Also pay attention to your bathroom. If you have, some units have exhaust fans, to let those exhaust fans run just a little bit after you've used the bathroom or steamed it up through a shower or something like that, or a bath. And also just take into consideration other things that you need to do with cleaning supplies and making sure that what people believe to be mold sometimes isn't mold, it's actually mildew, and it's built up around, because of moisture it builds up, but it can't actually be cleaned through a regular process within your household. One other piece I just want to talk about, this is a move-in report. So what I did was I have quality control. Residents move back into the units after the unit has been remediated, but it doesn't stop there. I have someone personally go out to each individual unit and find out if there's any issues or any problems that are going on in that unit to make me aware. So then when I come before you and those type of questions come up, I have an answer for them, right? So here we go. This is a quick snapshot. Green is positive. In some cases, we have no answer at some of the residences, and we'll go back. But green is where we've gone into a unit where an individual thought they had mold, and the reality was it was not mold. I have certified technicians on my team now. We can go in and make an assessment on what the difference is between mold and what needs to be handled through a cleaning process for housekeeping. Also, some residents had concerns about work orders. So when we went back into their particular units after the remediation was done, we performed work orders in their particular units, and I've listed out all the work order numbers in this particular document right there. So we can keep up to speed on exactly what's transpiring in those units to make sure people are comfortable. So if, Councilman, if you get any complaints or anyone calls you and says something hasn't been done, just let me know. I can look it up on this particular sheet and identify, was there a work order created for this particular unit? Is there something going on in that unit that we aren't aware of, and how do we deal with it? And it comes to us in that particular instance, it comes to us not wholesale, but on a case-by-case basis now. So, thank you. Thank you for your questions.
Mr. Waddell?
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you for the consistent reporting and your hard work. Community's lucky, we're lucky to have you, and thank you for just keeping us informed on this. I do have just a quick question with regards to the Hillcrest rebuild. Is that going to be a total rebuild of that community? And then during that timeline of the rebuild, are you going to, the build first ideology, is that basically to do a few units at a time, or is that going to be a complete, how many people are going to be displaced in that interim, I guess is my question.
Well, our first goal right now is not to displace anyone in the first phase. Okay. It is to identify a location that is buildable, that is controlled by the Housing Authority, and build units in that manner, so that families from Hillcrest only move once into a permanent new residence. And then that way we can go back to Hillcrest and begin a phased-in approach on site, which doesn't allow for too much disruption. So you'll cordon off a certain area for a certain number of units. On average, it usually runs about 100 to about 120 units per phase.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rumbar?
When you first came here and saw what situation we were in, and somebody had told me that this soon you'd be given a report that was as positive as this one, I wouldn't have believed it. So congratulations, it's a great report, and we look forward to hearing your next one.
Yeah, hopefully the next one will be zero.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Garrett, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, members of the council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next item of business, or next presentation is presentation of the city's annual comprehensive financial report. At this time, I'd like to recognize Mr. Robbie Bittner, who is with PB Mears LLP.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. On behalf of myself and PB Mayors, we want to thank you for again allowing us to continue to serve the city. We really do appreciate it. I also want to say thank you to the finance team and the team here at the city. As we go page by page through this, you'll see how hard they work to put this together. But this is 262 pages long, and this takes a lot of questions from us. They provide us a lot of information, so I do really appreciate the effort that they put forth. So if I can, if you have your copy, we'd like to turn to page 1. No, this should be very short and sweet. As you're aware, we did present this information to the audit committee previously, so this will be fairly brief. If you do have any questions or concerns during the course of the presentation, please by all means stop and ask. So the first thing I'm going to say is that you received an unmodified opinion and you had no compliance findings and you had no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. Now I will break that down as to what that means. As auditors, we're charged with determining whether or not your financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, or GAAP. And we can issue 4 types of opinions there. You have everything from an adverse opinion all the way down to, or excuse me, I should go the other way. Adverse opinion down here, and then the unmodified opinion up here. And the city did receive an unmodified opinion on their financial statements. Also, in accordance with government auditing standards, we are required to present a report on your compliance with laws, regulations, grants, contracts, as well as identify any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal control that we identify during the course of our audit, and that is significant deficiencies and material weaknesses over the financial reporting process. Happy to say, as I mentioned earlier, that there were no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses identified. Also, there was no material non-compliance identified with laws, regulations, grants, or contracts. Also, keep going down the list, towards the back of your report, you'll see the compliance section that has that report, as well as 2 additional opinions. These opinions are on your compliance with the Uniform Guidance, or your federal grants, and the State Single Audit Implementation Act, or your state grants. These reports not only report your opinion, but whether they also identify any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses over that compliance for the major programs that we tested during the course of the year. Happy to say that we did not identify any non-compliance with your federal or state programs, as well as did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in internal control. So all in all of that, what I'm saying is that you got about the highest marks that you possibly could get from an audit perspective. So congratulations and kudos to the finance team here. So with that, now going away from the financial statements themselves, we also issued, which I believe you should have received a copy of, what we call our AUC 260, or Auditor's Communication to those charged with governance. These are required communications by audit standard for specific items that have been identified that are important enough to warrant attention by those charged with governance, or in this case, the City Council. So those items, I'm not going to break them down word by word or go through the list. I'm sure everybody will be exhilarating reading those items. There are a few I wanted to point out, though. The first one is that this year, this city implemented, along with every other local government that had a 6/30/2022 year end, GASB Statement number 87. This statement required the recognition of all former operating leases and capital leases into what's called a financing lease. These items presented on the financial statements a right-to-use lease asset, as well as a lease liability. So what you will see in the footnotes of the financial statements are additional assets and liabilities related to the leases that you already had in place. So from an operations perspective, really means nothing. But from a financial reporting perspective, you'll see a few extra pages in there and a few extra numbers. You'll also see on your fund statements the recognition of new leases outstanding as a right or a other financing source from leases, as well as a capital outlay for that, and that's just to meet the standard. Other items related to the AUC 260 letter communications, we did not have any disagreements with management. We are not aware of any instances of alleged fraud, and we are not aware of any significant communications with other auditors. So the last piece, if you go through that letter, will describe the significant estimates that management used to complete the financial statements, as well as our any significant communications that we had with management during the course of the audit. I believe this year the only thing that's in there is management's representation letter, since we did not have a management letter with any significant comments this year. So the last thing I will add is that upcoming GASBs, there's a couple that you may need to be aware of. One is GASB Statement 96, which will be similar to 87, just adding more to the pot on your financial statements, which is related to leased IT services. And the last one would be related to statement number 101, which is the bringing on of all compensated absences related to sick leave as a liability. Still working through the kinks and how exactly to recognize that liability with some folks, but once we get through that, y'all will be the first to know. So that concludes my presentation. I'll be glad to go page by page if you wish, or answer any questions that you may have.
Everybody was reading last night, I can see it. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Barney.
thank you. As Chair of the Audit Committee, we appreciate all the work that you're doing. Just for the record, this is your second year doing this, or is it the third?
Well, this is PB Mayor's, I believe, our second year presenting the audit. However, we were formerly RSM.
Right.
And before that, McGladrey. So we've been performing the audit for several years. And just as an aside, our former colleagues at RSM here in Wilmington joins PB Mayor's as of December 2nd. So you now have a PB Mayor's office a block away.
Okay, good.
So-
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, our last presentation this evening is a presentation of Employee Recognition Award to Captain Chuck Bauer, and I'd like to ask the council to come forward while we present this award to Captain Bauer. Chief Mason, Captain Bauer. Wherever you want to. This is a tremendous honor. This man beside me has done an outstanding job for this community, and we're going to recognize him this evening. In 2018, there was a fatal accident involving a driver under the influence of opioids, where a little boy named Mason Richardson was killed. It was at Independence and Oleander. In the wake of that tragedy, the City of Wilmington leaders organized a gathering of regional leaders to renew their fight against opioid overdoses and to find an innovative approach to combat a uniquely challenging community issue. Their goal was to get more people the help they needed while reducing the number of overdoses in our area. The strategy decided upon was to replicate a new but successful program in a small Ohio town, and the program was called the Quick Response Team, better known as QRT. The city received $500,000 from the state legislature with the help of Representative Ted Davis to fund the QRT pilot program. The team responds to the scene of an overdose to work with the patient and family to get the person into treatment. There are no financial barriers for this program, which has provided access for individuals who may have not had the means otherwise. Upon the commencement of the QRT, the Wilmington Fire Department Captain Chuck Bowers was tapped to be the project manager and to lead the city's efforts. In the role, he worked with the other city leaders, hospital administrators, community paramedics, and law enforcement to build the program to what it is today. In the first 3 years of the program, nearly 500 overdose survivors were connected to treatment. And it has been so effective that an additional $750,000 was awarded by the state legislature in 2021 to continue and grow the program over the next 2+ years. The work that Captain Byers did as the project manager of the QRT literally and I mean literally, saved lives and families in our community. For that, we're honoring his dedication and his commitment to the program and for his service to the city of Wilmington and to the entire region. Congratulations. Next item of business is our consent agenda, items 1 through 4. Are there any items any council member would like to hear separately? If not, what are the wishes of this council? We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Barnett, second by Mayor Pro Tem Haynes. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. That brings us to our next item of business, which is our public information segment. We have one speaker that has signed up to speak with us this evening, Mr. Shamar Carr, Legal Aid of North Carolina / U.S. Department of Agriculture Discrimination Complaint Form. Is Mr. Carr here? Mr. Carr, please come forward, please, sir. You've been allocated 5 minutes, sir. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. Let me get my speech together for you guys a little bit. I did come prepared, just not all the way prepared. I'm here with you today, well, here tonight, to speak about some discrimination that I experienced here in the local community and the way that I was treated when I came down to City Hall for looking for a legal aid department that says it's somewhere here downtown that took me all day to find. Some fire marshals who were just up here helped me look for it. We couldn't find it. It's not besides the point. I'm here tonight to discuss about this. I'm here tonight to discuss about the discrimination I received based on the perceptions of me being a poor black man, a member of the LGBT community. I received the worst experience. I received the worst experience dealing with my medical treatment due to Dr. Ingwall's lack of concerns, refuse of my serious matter. I experienced numerous visits in the ER due to my treatment. I tested positive for an STI inside of my doctor's office here in Wilmington Health in October. My doctor just gave me a whole bunch of referrals. I instantly got worse over a matter of months that turned my infection into 3 different life-critical infections. I complained to my doctor's director over how come I wasn't being treated in time. I didn't get treated for my first dose of antibiotics until December by an emergency room doctor, Dr. Collins. If I wasn't seen by him, I would have had my limbs amputated and I would be blind by now. I'm still in the condition of going blind, and as you can see, I do have my legs, but I'm not for sure how long I will actually have them, okay? In the process of reporting the doctor I was discriminated against, the reason of the U.S. Department of Agriculture lawsuit that I do have, I was inside the Health and Human Resources Department filling out for renewing my food stamps and seeing if I can get switched to Medicaid, because I was referenced by the Housing Authority voucher specialist, Zaria Elkins. That's why they were here tonight. I went back there to see if I can get on my, for my food nutritional benefits to get renewed. The lady there discriminated against me and accused me of being an active felon, okay? She denied me of my services and violated her HIPAA violation. Over the process of time during this whole situation, I was on the phone with law enforcement Michelle Keeler, proving that I was not an active felon. The lady did not want to hear anything that I had to say. She continued talked about me to her peers and laughed and discriminated against me right in front of my face. As I ran out of Wilmington Human Health and Human Resources, I ran out of there hysterically crying. A few of the staff members did help me on this situation. I did not get any feedback from the director until the 2 days after that, till I had to physically harass them. I tried to press charges for this individual. They would not let me press charges. That's how my complaint got moved to social services for the U.S. Department of Agriculture report. The reason of me trying to find a legal aid for my report is because I wanted to make sure that I was filling out this paper properly. This isn't just a normal misdemeanor, a little hit in the rack, a little personal injury case. This is a serious personal injury case, and I want my life and my health taken serious. In the process of that, she just tells me to fill out the paper and just turn it into her. I've been trying to find an attorney inside our area that would take this personal injury case. No one would take it. No one would give me answers. Legal aid themselves called me back. This representative, he was an attorney, called me back and gave me the number and the address to the number and the address right here down the road that I walked past 1,000 times and I don't see legal aid. I have no questions about why it's so hard to get in touch with someone of that nature. The attorney himself gave me, like I said, the same phone number and address that I already had. He didn't even give me legal advice, okay? Dealing with City Hall, as I came here a couple of days ago to be here tonight in front of you, as I am being approached by this young lady right here, I don't know her name, but she says she's a director of some sort. As she approaches me, doesn't know me from a can of paint, she approaches me and the first thing comes out of her mouth is, "I heard you got some drama going on, what's up?" And I explained to her that that right there is the reason why I'm here tonight over forms of discrimination, okay? The whole situation, the definition of my character has just been violated. The reason of me being here tonight is because something should be done about people in these higher positions violating and just treating people however they want to be treated. The lady at the Health and Human Resources most definitely thought by her saying that I was an active felon that I would just get out of her face because it was 20 minutes before the building will be closing, okay? That right there is just, it was so despicable to me. I've never in my life been discriminated against, and that charge on my record happened when I was 19 years old. I've never in my life had it thrown in my face. And to have that thrown in my face when renewing for services is despicable to me. And I came here tonight because I desperately need connections and I desperately need to know, am I filling out this U.S. Department of Agricultural complaint form properly? And is it going to have the best interest in me, in my favor, and due to my health and pain and suffering that I've already suffered from? And like I said, I've complained to the director of Health and Human Wilmington Health? Am I saying that right? Wilmington Health. Wilmington Health. I complained to her, Jessica, I think that's her name, Jessica. I complained to her twice, spoke to her on the phone twice about Dr. Engwald, and I got the same thing from everyone else in these higher positions of being discriminated against, being cut off the phone, and just being transferred to someone else, while my health increased over a matter of time. And I tested positive for this in October with Dr. Engwald, and I didn't get my first treatment of antibiotics until December.
Well, I'm feel for what's happened to you. It's a public health issue, and since it's under the umbrella of the county government, we can make a referral to county health department to tell them about your situation.
I mean, that's who I was there with, and that's who transferred me to social services, and social services from there gave me the U.S. Department of Agricultural complaint form. So like I said, I've been just tossed around over who to complain these higher directors to.
Sure.
It's like when you complain about a higher director, if I complain about one of you guys, who do I go to?
Yeah, I understand. Anybody, but I guess what I'm trying to do is try to get you into
Help?
the right place, and so I would have to ask you if you can just give your number to Miss Penny over there, and we'll
Who's
see
Miss
if we
Penny?
can, right over here, the city clerk, please.
Which one's that?
The lady right there.
The lady that said that I was drama?
Yeah, or you can give it to me if you give it to her.
I'll rather give it to you
All
then.
right, well, give it to her, and I'll get her to
I appreciate it. What am I
Okay.
giving to her? My name, information?
Please.
She already has my name and information.
Okay, very good.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, we did fill out a form for him, for our DE&I office filled out a discrimination complaint for him, and the city is going to be looking into that. We need to determine first if the places that he's complaining about are places of public accommodation, and if there is some form of discriminatory possibility there. And so Chief Code Enforcement Officer Brian Renner received that form either yesterday or today, and so we will be
And
looking
this is
into
the
that.
complaint, I'm so sorry. He just received the form, and this is the complaint that happened at the beginning of January?
So the complaint form was dated January 18th when when you came to the DE&I office. And so he did receive it today. He did show it to me, and the city clerk has a copy as well. And so they will be following up on that.
Okay, very good.
Like I said, the lack of inconsistency. They just got to work today because they knew I was going to be here tonight. That right there is absurd. And this situation happened in the very first week of January when I went there personally with the prescription to get a penicillin shot. All of this could have been prevented over a simple penicillin shot, and it has been a numerous of months. And my dermatologist doctor is the person who actually got me penicillin, and that's just absurd.
Okay.
That's just absurd.
Okay, we'll follow up with it, and we'll go from there. Okay,
That's absurd.
thank you. Okay. Our next item of business is item PH1, which is a public hearing on the ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city to rezone property containing 2.52 acres of land located at 222, 224, 226, 234, 238, 242, and 246 Victory Gardens Drive, and 5815 Tulip Drive from R15 Moderate Density Single Dwelling District to R5 CD Medium Density Mixed Residential Conditional District for 24-unit townhome development. This was continued from our January 10th, 2023 meeting. The public hearing was remained open, and so at this time, I'm going to recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle. Mr. Caudle.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. As a continued item, we do not have a presentation ready for you on this. We do have Brian Chambers, our senior planner, who can answer questions that you may have. You've also been previously supplied with a report from the stormwater folks regarding the questions that you had on the stormwater issues associated with this, and we'll be glad to pick it up from there if you'd like.
Okay, very good.
Brian, you want to come forward and give us a recap?
I understand there was supposed to be some renderings of the rear portion of the property, which gave the applicant the opportunity to do that, as well as an update from stormwater in respect to the flooding issues that the citizens in that community have been experiencing over a number of years.
The stormwater report has already been have been provided to you via email, but Dave Mays is here. I'll be glad to go over it with you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Chambers?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have a couple of slides just to go over those renderings if you got any questions, and then Dave Mays is here again, as Mr. Caudle mentioned, to answer any questions about stormwater. These are the elevations provided by the applicant. The top would be the view from the interior of the site, and the bottom view would be the elevations that we discussed at the last meeting, which would be seen from Victory Gardens Drive. And then these are the renderings. This is what the elevation would look like from Victory Gardens Drive. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And then Dave, again, Dave's available to answer questions about stormwater.
Excuse me, could you repeat that again? This is an elevation, this proposed elevation is on Victory Gardens?
This would be what would be seen as you're standing on Victory Gardens Drive facing the project.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
Effectively, this is the rear of the property.
Correct.
Like,
Mrs. Spears?
Yeah, that's the question I was going to ask.
Okay. This is the rear?
Yes.
Okay.
So this would be what you see here would be the bottom elevation on this slide.
Okay. Very good. Mr. Barnett?
Yeah, and so Dave's gonna come and talk to us about the stormwater.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
That's all.
Very good.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mays, could you come up and talk to us about the stormwater? No, that's it.
Good evening. Mr. Caudle reminded you that we provided you with a memo that kind of outlined some information about our Wisteria Clearbrook drainage project. The map up here kind of shows the boundaries of that project.
It's broken up into two phases. Phase 1 goes from Patricia Drive down in the Clearbrook neighborhood all the way up to Dogwood Drive. That phase has been completed. Phase 2 is essentially right there at the end of the design part. Duke Energy has actually already relocated utilities that are in the way of our planned improvements. We would need to refresh permits and acquire easements for that project to be bid for construction. As you can see, the very upper top right-hand corner of the Phase 2 box there is on 58th Street at the intersection with Camellia. So that's the very upper end of the Wisteria Clearbrook Drainage Project. We look at this project as more of an outfall. So it's the major drainage way that's carrying the majority of stormwater runoff from this watershed as a whole. The flooding that's going on in the area where the rezoning is on Victory Gardens and Tulip extends beyond what would be considered part of the outfall. And it transitions into what we would consider to be more of the collection system, if you will, to get water from that area into the major outfall. So what has to happen for full relief to mitigate drainage in that area is we got to complete the second phase of the outfall project and then study the hydraulics of the existing drainage system, the collection system within the area highlighted in kind of a blue color, and then design something to mitigate those flooding improvements. There is some possibility that once the second phase of the outfall project gets completed, that you could see some incremental, modest improvements in that area, but we haven't done detailed engineering to understand that and analyze that specifically. Dylan, would you mind pulling up the other illustration? This is a pretty crude map, but this is a map that shows that same area from Camellia all the way up to Tulip Drive. And what we did, I asked my staff to go out there and just look at the system that's there and try and do whatever maintenance we could do to make sure it's operating as good as it can, considering whether it's undersized. So what's highlighted in green is locations where our staff is vacuuming out, cleaning out pipes. The two areas in yellow are areas where we're going to be doing some cleaning out of those two ditches in that specific location, either vegetation removal, excuse me, or some minor grading.
Wait, hold on, we have Mr. Ravenbark first, who's
Okay,
queued
I'm
up,
sorry, I didn't see
and then I'll go from there. Go ahead, Mr. Ravenbark.
Could we go back to that last slide? So Dave, what I want to make sure, I think I understood about 90% of what you said with all the stormwater lingo, but what I'm seeing in the blue section where the focus of tonight is, that's a collection area.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the Phase 2 will butt up against that.
Yes, sir.
At that point, is that supposed to be like a natural drain for that collection area to get into that system and go down toward Wisteria or?
That's the upper end of what, if you go out there and you look on 58th Street, that's the upper end of where the biggest channel is that drains that area.
Okay.
So that's where it transitions from being more of a major outfall, more like the trunk of the tree, and it turns into the branches at that point.
Okay.
So we've got to look at the branches and see how well they perform in order to get the water over to the trunk.
So you mentioned that there could be some incremental benefits for this area when that Phase 2 is completed with regard to stormwater.
There could be. We have not done the analysis to really understand that specifically, but
So that would be, let's say that there is, that would be in addition to what the developer or developers are required to do to handle their stormwater.
I really would encourage you to try and separate somewhat the two.
Okay, let's separate it.
The two issues.
Okay, so let's forget that because it's not built yet. And by the way, what is the expected completion date of Phase 2?
So, as I said, we're at the point where we're getting ready to be prepared to start acquiring easements.
Okay.
And in my discussions with the attorney's office and their demand on easements, they're finishing up a drainage project for us right now. And this one is next in line for drainage projects. We'll obviously have to coordinate them with all their other demands to make sure we get that done.
Understood. So pretend that, I mean, it's not there. So the effect that, the effect that this development, it can't increase the amount of runoff. It has to be a wash between pre-construction and post-construction. Is that fair?
For the 25-year storm, yes, sir.
Okay, for the 25-year storm. Okay. So that blue area is, virtually nothing's going to change other than the developer of this will have to have stormwater in place to handle a 25-year storm. And those 25-year storms, what constitutes a 25-year storm?
It's been a while since I've looked at the IDF tables, but it's probably in the neighborhood of 7 inches over a 24-hour period.
Okay, pretty significant rainfall.
It's not a small storm, that's correct.
But what we've, of course, I realize we're in kind of a semi-drought, but, when we get a good rainfall, 2-3 inches, that would be captured within the stormwater system that this developer is being required to put in place?
It's difficult to say that with 100% confidence, simply because it depends on how long it takes that rain to hit the ground.
Okay.
If it takes 24 hours for that rain, for 2 or 3 inches to hit the ground, yes, the answer is yes.
But if it came down in an hour, that'd be a totally different story.
Different story, that's right.
The repairs that on that next, could you go back to the other slide, Dylan? The maintenance and what have you that your group is performing on this, that should I won't say immeasurably, but that should help somewhat.
We're trying to absolutely make the system that's in place right now perform as good as it can under the circumstances.
Okay. Are these ditch? I'm very familiar with the property. I've ridden all around it, and I've been going out in there all my life, but never to the point where I run out there and see what it's like when it's raining. So these ditches are, they've been there for a while. They just need some maintenance on them.
Yes, sir.
And the tiles underneath the driveways blown out or whatever you call it. And, okay. But still, the developer has to do something.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think we went over that briefly 2 weeks ago. We'll see something else, I guess, tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mays.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Waddell.
Just a little follow-up to this slide that we have on the screen. So you're going to be cleaning up some ditching and also basically unclogging some pipes so water can just flow more freely through what's the infrastructure we have there now, right?
Yes, sir, and I don't mean to mislead you. What I'm saying is we're going to go out there and vacuum clean out all the pipes. It's not to say that they're not already clean. We're just
making sure.
We're making sure. That's right.
When is that anticipated to happen?
Oh, we've already started.
Oh, great.
They were there last week. We haven't started doing the ditch maintenance yet, but the pipe cleaning has started.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Ms. Spears?
Dave, I imagine this is a tad bit redundant. I kind of want Luke to quit stealing my questions. But I guess I would call it the preliminary maintenance that's being done now and we anticipate doing in the future, and Charlie alluded to it a few minutes ago as well. Should we see a vast improvement with what's going to take place on 58th Street? With what I'm showing on this map for our maintenance efforts, it could be as much as 0 to modest improvements.
would be the
Zero to modest.
So the difference for what I'm showing on this map right now is we are trying our absolute best to make the system that's there, the pipes, the ditches that are there, in the collection area, perform as good as they can.
Okay.
There is a constraint, and if we went back over to the other map, the constraint is the downstream outfall. And the downstream outfall, in order for the whole system, in order for us to realize the fullest potential of getting that area drained and mitigating the flooding, you got to have both. You got to have the outfall completed, and you got to have the system that's there maintained and possibly have that system improved. And we have not done the analysis on the drainage system within the area shown on this map yet, because we're concentrating on the outfall first.
Okay, so for us non-stormwater folks, that means until phase 2 is done, we won't know.
With the completion of phase 2, we will have our best chance to the best chance to have some modest improvements in the area of the rezoning. But until we analyze that system, that part of the system, and determine whether or not we actually need to change pipe sizes, enlarge some ditches, or whatever, and that actually gets done, then you know, you'll be living with the consequences of that. So.
Okay. Thank you.
So Dave, I'm just looking at the map here, the map that you have up here. So all the water, even from Oleander, is coming south.
Yes, sir.
And so the watershed that we're taking this to is there off of Patricia in Clearbrook.
Yes, sir.
Where we enlarged, when we took the bridge there, we made it bigger to allow the outflow of water out of these areas much quicker, correct?
We've done a tremendous amount of work downstream.
So that was the big part of this, is to get the downstream section done first, and then you will collectively go up. So you're capturing everything, and you haven't done the analysis of the hydrology on this particular area. You've gone out there, you're looking at the pipes now to determine if they're cleaned or not, cleaning out the ditches and what have you. In your initial investigation of this, the pipes that are there, and I know they were probably put there many, many years ago, and some of them are sized at the time to take what they had. In your opinion, just looking at it with the eye, do you think that we're going to have to upsize some of those pipes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know from what to what, 24 to 36, 36 to 57?
No, I mean, when you get that high up in the watershed, it doesn't. It's not it's not as significant.
Yeah, but you have a falling. I guess what I'm looking at, because I don't have the topo here, but on your topo, this is higher, goes down toward Clearbrook, which drops.
As much as it does in the coastal plain of North Carolina.
Coastal plain, yeah. Okay. So, in that watershed, and coming toward Bradley Creek, and I know we're taking it up Patricia, the other part of that watershed breaks toward Greenville Loop, going back toward the intercoastal. Does it break somewhere in there?
Are you talking about up at Oleander?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some of what drains down Oleander comes towards Hewlett's Creek in this direction. Some of it goes towards Bradley Creek.
Okay. So you're picking it up right there off of Oleander. I can see right up at the top. So you're picking some of that water off of Oleander Drive. It's coming down into this basin, or into this particular area.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the gap right there at the intersection of 58th and Oleander, there's a pipe that comes down Oleander, it turns down 58th Street, and there's a gap over to another pipe. Well, those other pipes on the other side of 58th Street, that intersection, they're heading the other direction.
And you're going the other way, okay. So once you do the analysis of this particular section, depending on the size of the pipe that we're going to need, and then your second phase tying in, I think you talked about Duke, there was some kind of a issue you had to work through with them?
Not anymore. We've already completed Duke Energy has come out and moved their utilities for phase 2.
So it's just a matter of evaluating this particular section and then determining the size pipes that you need, and then you come back for an appropriation ask to move forward with it.
That would be the process, yes, sir.
Okay, do you know what that time frame would look like?
Well, phase two, again, it's certainly in the years.
I think can we move it up? I guess if we want to.
Because the construction timeframe for phase two that's probably a 9 to 10 month project just for the construction. That's after we acquire the easements and after we get it bid for construction. So
I know you're cautious and I know you're conservative, and I appreciate that. When you clean them out, then you'll have a better determination. Then you can understand, especially on the hydrology, what size pipe you're going to need there.
Sure. Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. All right. Any other questions? Mr. Barnett?
I guess most of my questions have been asked. And I was looking at the second slide, and the one where you're cleaning out the area. And I guess my question is, the new project that if we vote on this project to go through, they can't make this area any worse.
So we have engineering standards that any development has to comply with. And those standards for stormwater require that they submit a plan to us where they contain water on their site and they can't release it at any rate faster than the pre-development rate as analyzed by their engineer for the 25-year storm event. So if we have a storm that exceeds the intensity or the duration or the rainfall amount of that 25-year storm event, it's going to exceed that design standard. That's an acceptable engineering standard. So it's in that case, I mean that's when you're getting into the larger storm events, tropical storms, hurricanes. All bets are off at that point.
But originally, it's basically designed so that the water that they collect will be taken away from this, right? I mean, well,
they'll have to design something, and I haven't seen the site plan, so I can't really speak to the site plan. But their engineers are required to design something to contain the stormwater on their property, and then release it at a rate based on what I described before. The fact that we would have phase two of our project area complete and in place is a good thing. The fact that we would have a collection system between the end of phase two up to this area would be an even better thing in terms of mitigating the flooding complaints that the citizens here have voiced. That's what has to, if you want to have full confidence of mitigation of flooding to the greatest extent possible, that's what's got to happen.
okay. And plus, you're going to clean it out to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
That's what we're doing now. Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Dave. Public hearing's open, so I'm going to now, Madam Clerk, we'll time it. Okay. Yeah, and I'm going to wait a minute, excuse me, before we do that, I'm going to ask if the applicant will come forward. I know Mr. Rawls and his group have given us the proposed elevations. And
Mr. Mayor, Madam Pro Tem, and members of the City Council, appreciate your time this evening and allowing us to come back with some definitions or questions that you had answered, look for answers to. So at the last meeting on the 10th, you asked for us to revise what the rear of the buildings would look like. Excuse me, would look like. We did not originally have that rendering fully designed. We wanted to show what's most popular, the facades. We realize that there's a little bit of a conundrum here because per city's direction, they wanted this to have a communal feel. So the fronts will technically face the new road that we're creating to give it harmony and consistency with what a neighborhood would typically lay out like. So this is the rear bay windows, bump outs. Again, we condition ourselves, if approved at the planning board meeting, to do this out of fiber cement material, which is, you know, arguably one of the more architecturally desirable materials to build with. And quite frankly, I think it looks extremely nice. That's opinion-based. We have a very quality builder that's on the team that builds in places like Landfall and River Bluffs. And so I believe if given the opportunity, and it seems like this is a kind of guilty until proven innocent process, but we would intend and execute a beautiful project for the city of Wilmington. Are there any questions on the building? I'd like to address any stormwater metrics that I might be able to apply, but any questions regarding the rendering presented?
Mr. Anderson?
Really more of a comment. It does look good, and I appreciate y'all bringing that back to us.
Yes, sir. Thank you. With regard to stormwater, you know, we've obviously had a lot of conversation regarding this, and you know, something I'd like to point out, and it's at no blame or fault of the existing residents, but the situation they find themselves in is a direct result of no designing, no planning, no engineering. This is an apples to oranges comparison to what is existing to what we are proposing. There was several comments made about our testing, what we've done, and we've been proactive on this project. A lot of projects I've been associated with in the past, an outfall location is usually not identified. We took it incumbent upon ourselves to do design topographical work, shoot grade all across the site, and figure out where an outfall would go. And I can say that we've identified 3 locations, none of which correspond to the drainage issues off 58th Street or in any way correlate to the future drainage improvements that the city is moving forward with in regard to the Clear Branch improvements that you just saw. So we are proposing, again, a stormwater basin that will have to be designed to city and state standards, professionally designed by an engineer. And we have also included, out of anticipation from what the neighbors have told us, a secondary stormwater measure with the bioretention area that we've shown design that lines the back of the berm, that again we're providing for a balance to break the barrier between this proposed project and the existing neighborhood. So we feel confident that the existing conditions that the surrounding community are experiencing, we don't have to send stormwater in that direction. We don't want to send stormwater in that direction. And again, we've located areas for an outfall that don't impact an already exacerbated issue that, I'm sorry that they're experiencing it, but we just don't need to go in that direction, and certainly don't want to come and make an investment of this magnitude and not have things done in an adequate manner. So I understand the concern, but we want a non-flooding issue as badly as the surrounding community, and we're putting our best efforts and best foot forward to not only ensure that by state and city standards, but also going a step above and providing something that is not required of us. And so if there's any questions regarding that I'm, again, not a licensed engineer. I'm someone that understands how these systems work, and I see them during rain events. Usually the one that's out there having to regrade slopes after sods come undone. So I definitely understand the functionality and the importance of figuring this out and doing it in a manner that behooves not only the project, but also the surrounding community. So if there's any questions regarding it, I'd be happy to try and address them.
Any questions for Mr. Rawls? Mr. Spears?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if I heard you correctly, wait, let me go back. So 2 weeks ago, we continued this so you can confer with your colleagues about a third party giving us a decision on stormwater, right?
No, sir. The continuance was requested so that we could present a rendering of the rear of the buildings. And that rendering is...
No, I see the rendering, and I agree with you,
Here.
it's nice. But that wasn't the biggest issue we were facing 2 weeks ago. The biggest issue we were facing 2 weeks ago was the stormwater issue. And I believe then you were saying that, you know, what you planned on doing would improve it. And now, if I heard you correctly, you're saying you don't intend to send stormwater that way. So my interpretation is that you don't have anything to do with it. You're going to send the stormwater the other way. So what's taking place in this community is really not your concern. But you can help remove that cloudiness that I'm experiencing in this moment.
I will try. Let me back up to the best of the way the record renders in my mind, but we continued this based solely upon an evidentiary finding that Councilman Anderson requested.
Hold 1 second. Mr. Manager, is that why we continued 2 weeks ago? Solely for the rendering?
No, sir. My understanding was we continued for the rendering, and then we also continued to get the report from our stormwater division regarding the drainage in that area.
But also there was some responsibility from him and his colleagues about the stormwater as well, right? Or did I make that up?
I'd have to go back and consult the record. I don't recall right off the top of my head.
Okay.
So to avoid a he said situation, Mr. Mayor suggested that they solicit city engineer and understand where this drainage improvement was at from a project timeline. And that, what I believe was, you know, these meetings serve as a forum for people to come and express concerns that they're experiencing within their own community. And so I hope no pun intended, but that sort of precipitated the conversation about these stormwater improvements that the city has already allocated funding for and put into progress. And so I'm happy to discuss that notion, but we from day one have found other alternatives to send stormwater other than the 58th Street direction. That's not a cloak and dagger tactic that we're using here. It just so happens to be that the city's making improvements relative to that stormwater basin. We took a recess for 2 weeks to uncover more information, and that's the gentleman before me was making that presentation based on the city's request.
Right. But with the terms you're using, that pretty much puts more responsibility on the city of Wilmington, who is not developing a project there, than it does you.
The city's already doing those improvements. It's not as...
Right, that was already in the plans years prior to.
Yes, sir.
So we are getting a good look at it, and we've been working on that, but I digress, sir. I'm sure there are other questions, so.
No, sir, I want to make sure it's
No, I'm certain we'll get to it.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
certain there's some great questions behind me.
Yes,
and
sir.
I'll
Yes,
come
sir.
back if I'm still cloudy about this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Rawl,
Yes, sir.
just for clarity purposes, according to the stormwater regulations in respect to the development, because there's two different issues here. They're flooding currently.
Yes, sir.
That's an issue that the city has to resolve.
Yes, sir.
The concern that we all have is that whatever you do here cannot impact more the flooding that's currently happening there. So you're putting in the bioretention and you're having to take care of your stormwater. So I can be clear to everybody here, because we have to go through a technical review process.
Yes, sir.
Which has to meet the state and the city standards. There's two standards. That system is been designed, is that correct? Or is going to be designed?
It will be designed.
Okay, so you don't get a building permit until you get the state to say, yes, we're okay with that. You're not going to do any more flooding than is currently already taking place there.
Yeah.
And then our city's stormwater staff and their engineers have got to also review it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So none of this is going to be built until those two standards are met. But more importantly, the issues that are happening on 58th and all that entire area has been ongoing. And the question that I've asked of Dave and our staff and of the city council is, we know there's going to have to be upgrading of pipes in that particular area, because when this project or this development that was built many years ago, according to what Charlie's saying, in the maybe 40s and 50s, those pipes were probably this big, whatever. Obviously, a lot more development and stuff has taken place over the years, and none of those pipes, to my knowledge, have been replaced. And so what we're doing currently is investigating that aspect to determine what size pipes we're going to need and what the cost of that project is going to amount to, that would drain, I guess, eventually to the Clearbrook drainage area that we have invested millions of dollars in to release a lot of that water in those areas. So this is the process that we're going through currently. And what you're telling us today is that the stormwater you're capturing from this development that you're doing is 100% captured on site with a release back into the system over a time, I would imagine, some time before it breaks down in the ponds and then slowly trickulates into the system.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
That's all accurate.
And that has to be investigated and approved by the state of North Carolina and by the city of Wilmington.
And certified.
And certified engineering. So that's where we are. And so there will be some action that this city council will take, excluding the development, that is already ongoing issue in that neighborhood that hopefully will give these folks some relief, because you're not going to fix it all. Nobody is, except for the city at this point in time.
Yes, sir. And it is 100% not our intent to add to it.
Okay. That's very good. Anybody else?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public hearing's now open. Come on.
As we said at the last meeting, this proposed development is not consistent with the architecture and the aesthetic of our neighborhood, and I feel like the couple of images that the developer showed you didn't give you the full picture of our neighborhood. So here's what it really looks like. When you come down Victory Gardens Drive from Oleander, you see all of these lovely homes, and you turn right onto Verbinia Drive, and you see all of these lovely homes with tree cover and lots of lawn space, and then you come down 58th, and that brings you back around the corner to Oleander. And at the end of this lovely little neighborhood, this is what you are going to see, not what they just showed you, because if you look, they have to have two buildings sideways, they have to have two buildings with the backs facing it, so it looks like a hotel, and we took out the beautiful green lawn in their rendering because there is no room for it in their own design. They have 10 feet from the road to these buildings that you can see like this. So the rendering is not fair, and it is not an indication of what it would look like here. I was also looking at their proposal as far as the traffic, and in their table, I'm not sure what math they were using to say that going from 8 single dwellings and 8 ADUs up 33% to 24 townhomes would somehow reduce traffic, which is just not possible. The light at 58th is already an approximate 4-minute wait, and I know because I sit at it every morning, and it already backs up when the Friends School has students coming and going and the folks from Wisteria Place. And as I was looking into the ADUs, which they can do on the property based on the current zoning, I found this on your own website about the advantages of ADUs. And a couple of the highlights to address are that the benefits of ADUs are graceful density with no big intrusive projects, no big traffic. It avoids fierce neighborhood resistance to big projects. It's a proven way to provide affordable housing going back generations, and it looks, operates, and feels like a single-family neighborhood. And again, they can choose to do that in the current zoning of our neighborhood. So, and this is another great example of all of the issues that can have solutions with accessory housing. So, we talk about smart growth, and this rezoning proposal is not smart growth. It is clear from the number of us speaking out, writing letters, showing up here today, that there is zero support from your own constituents for this project. Please do not approve rezoning. There is plenty of opportunity for development and affordable housing opportunities within the current zoning of our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is J.J. Street, and I live at 5807 Verbinia Drive, adjacent to this property. That was my wife, Kathy Street, that just spoke to you, and I'm contractually obligated to agree with all of her points because we are married. But I do agree with her points because I do feel that squeezing 24 units into this space is excessive, and it's not consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. At the last meeting and tonight, we've spent a lot of time talking about flooding, and I don't want to belabor that point, but I do have some updated information that might help. So on the screen right now, I have a combination of maps I received from my neighbor Isaac Raley at 58th and Verbinia. He's a retired engineer, and he's been researching the stormwater issues in the neighborhood for years now. He shared these maps with me, and what I've done is highlighted the area in yellow that we're considering tonight. And I want to point out, because it's a little bit tough to read the elevations, that is 20 feet above sea level. The drain water pipes on 58th sit at 16 feet. So I'm not sure exactly how we can say that water that is in excess of what they can retain in that pond is not going to come our way. I'm going to advance to the next slide. Now, I do appreciate the work that they've been doing in the neighborhood. I saw them out last week cleaning out the pipes, doing some vacuuming, and that is a welcome development. But we just got some rain on Sunday. So Sunday morning, we received 1.3 inches over 6 hours. It's not a lot. It's like a normal rain event for Wilmington. But we went out and took some photos. As you can see here, water's already backing up in our ditches and our pipes with just 1.3 inches over 6 hours. Now you can just imagine what that would be like during a major event. Now, if I may, this is just a short clip that Mr. Raley recorded. It's about 90 seconds to show you the flow of the water, not only backing up, but traveling northbound up 58th towards Oleander. Whoops. Is there a way to go back and play that video? Thank you.
And 58th Street. This is the blockage. This is what's pushing the pipe, water up the pipe to up 58th Street.
So we're facing northbound.
This is 58th Street drainage on the east side, looking north. Notice the water in this area is all going into the drain up toward Oleander Drive. You can see the water is coming out of the pipe. It's hard to see in the rain, but the flow is going to the north. Should be going in the south for draining 58th Street. This is Camellia and 58th Street again, and looking up Camellia into Camellia Heights. Note the 30-inch pipe covered up, but is there, and the flow is filling up even more. This is a spillover that the city, I assume, put in to catch all the water. Note the water rushing down into the creek from off of the road, 58th Street.
Now, all that with just 1.3 inches of rain, you can just imagine what we looked like during Hurricane Florence. Here are images from 2018 and what 58th Street looked like after that storm, completely flooded. And all I've heard tonight is there's no guarantee that their retention pond is going to handle a storm like this. And we all know, I don't have to tell you, we're getting more of these storms all the time. It's not if, it's when. So I would just like to close by saying this development is not consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. It has no community support. And there's too many unanswered questions about flooding. So please do not approve rezoning. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matt Karn. I'm 5809 Roseland Drive. Some of these people that spoke earlier were exactly what I needed y'all to hear, because basically we're going to take a large piece of grass that has maybe 5 to 10% impermeable buildings on it, and we're going to turn that into, according to their own numbers, 39.6 of the total site will not be able to suck any water out. So basically we're throwing a huge sheet of concrete and asphalt over a huge field that used to suck up water, so that these large floods that are over at 1 inch weren't so bad, because the ground would suck it up. So we're going to take the top of the hill, which is where they're at. They're at 20 feet. We're at 14 feet. It's coming down. It don't matter. We know it is. And you're going to cover this with asphalt and concrete and try to claim that there is not going to be any effect on the rest of the neighborhood. I would like to ask your professional who does stormwater to say if that much coverage that's impermeable, concrete and asphalt, is now laid on a once permeable area, if there's not going to be more flooding or not. I would like for him to come up and answer that question. But we already know the answer. It's going to be a menace it's going to put people out of their homes. These are elderly people who've been living there since they bought the place in 1954. It's my house. It's half the people here. We're fine with the gentleman building. It's just this project is going to ruin the rest of the neighborhood, and not just because of the looks, not because we don't want 75 new neighbors. They are going to bury us under the water, and they're just like, it might help. We might hear in a couple years, we might be able to fix it. Might's not good enough for me. I'm about to own my home. I'm 11 years away from owning my own property. I'm not going anywhere. And you're talking about somebody who's coming in from out of town, trying to make as much money as he can off of this project at my risk, at my neighbor's risk. I'm saying, please vote no. Nobody wants this. Only one person wants this. It's the man who's making the money. That's it. No one else wants it.
Mr. Anderson.
Brian, you can stay there if you wish, or whatever the mayor's wish. You can come up, whatever. The by right conversation that was introduced a few minutes ago. So there are, I can't really see through that. There's how many single family, through their plan, I guess we could go back to how many units could they get there? 20, was it, if they do 6?
We did a rough estimate of 8 single-family homes with 8 ADUs.
Right. Okay. And and I'm pretty confident in this, but in that scenario, that kind of zoning or doing by right, they would be required to do 0 in terms of water.
I don't know that I'm equipped to answer that. They would have to do something based on the impervious coverage of the overall development. Now, if they did it piecemeal, where they did a few at a time, over time, possibly they could do it without stormwater requirements. But if they did it all at once, they'd have to do some level of treatment.
Well, I just think, a lot of times, and I hear this all the time with trees too. I mean, we're not having that we haven't had that argument really tonight, but they'll argue I prefer one over the other, and there's sometimes some potential things that don't consider, like this would not require any tree if it was done in the way it's zoned now, right? Whereas this has a CD plan, which is similar to the stormwater situation. What you're saying is if it was done all at once, it's taken as a project instead of if they built a house or two at a time. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I mean, if they subdivided a house two at a time, there would be no stormwater, there'd be no tree protection associated with this.
So I think it just gets lost a little bit sometimes, I think.
Yes, sir.
That when we're doing a CD, which is conditional district like this, it gives us control, and it gives you something in the city, something to hold them to a little more. So we have a lot more control, and in some ways that's a positive, I think, especially when you're taking down a sizable piece, I guess. I don't know that this would be a big piece, but thanks. I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Waddell?
Right, this is a refresh my memory from 2 weeks ago. What does the comprehensive plan show for this area?
It is an infill site, area of opportunity, multi-use place.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rivenbar?
Under the by right, what is, if the project were done all at one time, what is the percentage of coverage allowed in that existing zoning? Lot coverage?
It's 25% in the watershed resource protection.
Okay.
But again, if it's all at once, then they would be held to that, yes.
Right. And the proposed zoning or the requested zoning, what would be the lot coverage? Would it be the same?
The standard is 25%. If they want to exceed that, then they have to do exceptional design. So in this case, they're exceeding 25%. I think they're doing like 34% coverage. So anything in excess of 25%, they would have to do exceptional design criteria to kind of allow for that increase impervious.
And would you explain that?
So exceptional design, there's a list of criteria, a list of options in the code that allows folks to employ different design techniques that lessen the impact of the project, whether it be stormwater, trees, design, the type of construction, solar. There's probably a dozen or so different options that they get points, and these points are allowed to translate into the increase in impervious coverage.
And you've been involved in this since it was presented to the city?
Yes, sir.
What are those exceptional design criteria that have been met?
I believe the stormwater is one, the bioinfiltration is one. They're putting in the infiltration system they're proposing, the buffers that aren't required adjacent to the single family. Again, I don't have that in front of me, so I'm just kind of off the cuff.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Barnett?
When we were talking about the storm water, I think I thought I saw you raise your hand. Did I?
I don't believe so.
You didn't? Okay. So is there anything else you could tell me that, I guess I want to make sure I'm not missing? Because what I'm hearing is that the problem that they have with the flooding now is a problem that pre-existed.
Yes.
What's being proposed now will not add on to the flooding part that they have now because they've got the system set up so that the water that hits their building or whatever is going to go away from, I guess, 58 or whatever street they're talking about.
I can only echo what Mr. Mays and the applicant have said.
Right.
I think this project has kind of put a light on an existing issue that maybe didn't have as much light on it. Obviously, we've got
Right.
plans for improvements over time, but when a project like this comes forward, it's just an extra spotlight on, hey, there's a flooding issue over here. Their design, they have to meet design standards for the state and city stormwater requirements. They have to have an outfall that meets those standards, and it's my understanding, and the applicant can correct me if I'm wrong, their outfall is to the other watershed.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
I'm flipping through here as fast as I can, but Dylan, is there a site plan, like an overhead, other than this black and white?
Well, I believe that is the only site plan that I have available.
Okay. So did they propose the driveways, any of these new streets, sidewalks, any of this gonna be pervious?
I'd have to defer to the applicant. I would have to defer to the applicant. I believe that the driveways were going to be pervious, but again, I have to defer to the applicant. of what
Okay, we'll hear
design
from
is.
him then. Thank you. Sometimes, I know it costs money, but we love visuals. So we're like little children or something. Like if you were to color shade this, is any of it in your proposal pervious? Any of the sidewalks or driveways or any of the?
We tentatively showed permeable pavement. That is really to be fully investigated when again, if we were approved, this would go into a full construction drawing, analytics, professional engineers, and we've done enough to know what we are proposing will work, but in all truthfulness, that is a very expensive process, so we don't want to go arbitrarily fully design something that may not come to fruition. Within those construction drawings, we would take what the total calculated permeable area would be and see if it was needed. If it was helpful, we would do it. If it was, again, something that was required based on the site constraints, it could be included. And I did have the conversation with Mr. Chambers, who's been extremely helpful in navigating the process, but that we'd look at some alternative options to creating pedestrian accessibility other than impervious concrete. So permeable concrete, there's pavers nowadays that have, faux grout lines that are actually, grass woven. They've got matting where you can detract watershed to that area and actually have it soak into the ground. But I think really the biggest stormwater metric that's going to be beneficial to this is piping, inlets, pond, retention, outfall systems. If we get on the stormwater train of kind of what's happening around the community and we go back to the city's overall issue, you see a lot of marks, inlet covered in dirt, below grade, pipe clogged. The video that the gentleman showed, it's full of leaves. It has nowhere to go. There's trash in the ditches. I mean, it really is just a collections issue where the water has no conveyance. I mean, it goes 300 feet and then it stops because a driveway culvert is fully clogged. And if I understand it correctly, phase one of the second phase of the drainage improvements to this city's initiative is just cleaning everything out, because over the course of time it's just not been done, and so it's like a straw jammed with paper. I mean, you just cannot pull liquid through something that cannot convey stormwater. So I know I'm drifting away from your comment, but
Well, you're drifting towards, the issue is the city's not got to be able to resolve this for a while. So if we approve your site and you get it built before we're done, what's it gonna? How do we've got to bridge that gap?
Yes, sir.
So what I heard a minute ago, by right, is like a 25% permeable, and I don't know if let's call these ballpark. I think that one's not ballpark, but I think he said 34. He was ballparking. So I was just looking for a way to get your permeable down.
Right.
And if you're willing to commit to that or not, because if you are, that helps you. If you're not, it doesn't. So it's really just a decision on your part as a developer as whether you want to commit to that or not.
Yes, sir. I will say there would be a commitment to utilize impermeable concrete if we exceed the threshold required to do so. So if 25% is the threshold where we have to start including permeable concrete, we will include it in our site design. And it is shown here tentatively to be utilized on this section of payment to the what would be the west of the property. So where you see lot 21, lot 22, lot 23, 24, that's permeable pavement, you know, highlighted there on that cross section.
I guess I'm just not following you, what you're committing. You're saying if you're over 25% permeable, the rest you're gonna do permeable?
Yes, sir. So what we cannot, the city's,
Excuse me. I will have to ask everybody to refrain from talking like this. We'll give everybody an opportunity, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The question you're asking, how it's intersected with what we're bringing forward with our site plan, the answer I'm trying to give you is if we are required to utilize permeable pavement, that is something that we are 100% willing to utilize on the project.
Required by us? By this council?
No, by city engineering. I mean, we have to meet certain thresholds for how much.
You're talking about this 25-year storm threshold?
25% threshold. If we cover more than 25% impervious across the project, because some of this could shrink, some of the, you know.
Brian, help me here. I just need to understand what he's saying, because
I think we're talking about two separate things.
I think so too.
The stormwater permit is going to be managed and approved and reviewed for compliance with city and state standards for the stormwater engineering. Our land development code also has a limit to impervious coverage within a watershed resource protection area, which requires exceptional design to exceed that 25%. Now, if he wants to include anything over 25% and commit that to be pervious, that would be a completely separate thing from what the stormwater requirement would be. It would probably help with the stormwater permit, but it wouldn't be required as part of the stormwater permit.
And that was what I was getting at.
Yes, sir, and sorry for the complication, but with it being two issues, if we exceed that 25%, we are willing to commit to using permeable pavement.
I thought we have a number. Your architect or whoever, it's 34.
We do.
So you're saying 9%, 9% of the pavement on here will be permeable?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
A little bit follow-up here, Mr. Rawls. So I think the confusion lies in the streets that run parallel to Victory Gardens do show on this plan as permeable pavement. I don't know, is that the extent of the permeable
that makes up that 9% roughly difference of the 25%.
So you'd be okay with that being a condition?
Yes, sir.
In the approval?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, I thought with it being on the site plan, we didn't have to condition it, but yes, sir, we will.
Thank you.
Okay. Spears?
Do you have a alternate plan if this rezoning doesn't pass?
That has been not explored to a lengthy depth. No, sir, we do not have an alternative plan.
Thank you.
Ms. Haynes?
Hey.
Hey.
I'm following along with you, and I could make a statement, which maybe I will later, but if you, right now you're asking for 34% impervious, whereas by right, you could do 25% impervious. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in order to do the 34%, you need to use the exceptional design and gain the points and so forth and so on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So did I just hear you say that you're willing to stick with the 25% if you need to, which that seems to be what people are asking you to do and what they would like for you to do? If you stick with the 25 by using matting or pervious concrete or whatever, are you still willing to use exceptional design standards?
Yes, ma'am. So we are willing to utilize the 25% overage, bridge that 9% roughly gap with the permeable concrete, and then in addition to that, utilize the bio-infiltration area and not take that credit and then not do the permeable pavement. So we'd be fulfilling both exceptional design standards
Okay.
and not looking to credit one against the other. We would commit to doing both.
Okay, so it's like wearing a belt and suspenders.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Mr. Rawls, going back to the engineering real quick.
Yes, sir.
I know y'all, because looking at the site plan and everything that you've got here, you've already got an engineer that has designed the system, or you're in the process, or you're waiting for an approval to determine whether we think this is the right project for this development.
Yeah.
And then you would start your process with stormwater engineering and getting that to the state and to the city.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir. So we have design for that, and we have infiltration testing to start, to be able to offer the information that we can say.
So you have a preliminary plan to move forward?
Yes, sir.
And obviously, you're not going to get a building permit until that gets checked off by the city and the state?
Correct.
To make certain that you are complying with the stormwater regulations that are in place at the state and the local level?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. All right. And I guess Dave got to see a real good video that a private citizen sent of us with the stormwater that is going down 51st in that particular area, and that agree it needs to be cleaned out and redone. Those pipes are too daggone small, and I think that Dave already sees that. Okay, very good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can. Yes, sir.
My name is Isaac Rayleigh. I've been a resident in this neighborhood since 1957. My father built this house. It's been a good neighborhood. The city took over, I believe it was 2012, or around that time. Since then, we've had nothing but problems with our stormwater. But that's not the issue that I have. My issue is with traffic. My issue is with traffic because of what's going on with this project. If they come down Victoria Gardens and turn on the Verbena, that road is an alley. It's not wide enough, and you can see by this picture, I have a Verbena and I had 30-inch pipe. From about where that 30 is to Victoria Gardens is single-lane traffic. Azalea Heights doesn't go quite that far. It was stopped at 5809 House. Now, the streets are not in good shape at all. They're in real bad shape. There's cracks all up in it, especially on the two roads that they're requesting to poke through to our subdivision, which we have so much traffic through there now, we can't back out of our driveway. I can't walk down my street at 7:30 in the morning to 9:30, or I'll get run over by this traffic that's now going to the Friends School. And it's not just the Friends School. It's the people coming from Seagate and across 58th Street and down the road, making a shortcut to get to the Dollar General. So they all have to turn at that traffic light or cut down Victoria Gardens Road. Victoria Gardens Road is not full-size road. It has to be repaved. It needs a lot of work done to it, and so does 58th Street. The piping that I show on this drawing is the piping that's out there to present. A lot of ponds were put in, a lot of ponds were taken out. In the upper left-hand corner, you see yellow splotches. My legend up there says that used to be ponds. It was a real big pond. There was one on the left that was 100 by 100 roughly, and the one on the right was the size of a football field and a half. All of that water now settles into the catch basins on the north side of Oleander Drive, comes across the road at a 30-inch pipe, turns and goes down the ditch to the south to Camellia Lane, and turns back to 58th Street, which is always plugged. That elevation is 12 feet. I know that for a fact off of your drawings. The elevation on the downstream side, where it says 235, 231, that elevation is 14 feet. So the water has to go uphill to even go down that ditch. I doubt anybody here can doubt that if they even go down there and look at it. I went out and I pulled up logs out of this myself. My son pulled all kinds of stuff out of there where somebody completely blocked off the 231 where it says 24-inch. They completely blocked that off. They thought the drain and the flow went down Camellia toward that way. There's also a pond down there that comes down that 8-inch pipe the overflow does, and it dumps into this neighborhood. Now, where it is 58th Street going back toward Wrightsville Beach toward Victory Gardens Road, that area right there is very low. It is elevation 16 feet in this lady's backyard on the second house, 5808. Mrs. Johnson. The reason that is the house next to it put in a new driveway and blocked off the water flow. The water flow now can't get back to 58th Street, where it shouldn't be going, but it is. And it's going to be blocked off when they put in their new buildings, and it'll never be able to flow out of there. Now, where they're planning to put their buildings is elevation 20, like you saw before. And the elevations in Azalea Heights around Rabina is really 18 feet. The ditches are 16 to 14 feet. So obviously the water is going to come off of that 20-foot section where the new houses are going to be, or apartments are going to be built, because they're not going to be townhouses anymore. They're going to rent them, what I heard. That's good. So we don't have good roads. We don't have good situation on the drains. The water supply is 2-inch going into that area, so you're going to have to tear up our roads for that, to run new lines for them to service their water supply, and they'll need about a 6-inch line. I feel like that Azalea Heights has been pretty much ignored over the years. It has. It's a place on the way from Wrightsville Beach to Wilmington, and nobody ever looks that way. Now Bradley Station's come in, and they're dumping their water there too, off of the street next to them. We're getting water from everywhere around there. The impervious station areas, 5704, 5712, 5732, that area is all concrete, and it's all draining back into this area. There's a retention pond, as you can see in yellow, right by 5732C. It is plugged up. The overflow is plugged up. That water also comes into this area. But the main objective of the drain is Camellia Lane stops up. It goes up the 30-inch pipe and comes up 58th Street And there ain't no doubt about it. I can show you on our short clips. I have a lot of these clips if you need to see them. I took these pictures. This is Camellia and 58th Street. This is from the Friends School right here. This is from the Friends School. Going into this ditch. No, there's no problem here. There really isn't, excuse me, about to fall down. This is the other side of the road, and it's plugged up. This elevation is 12 feet bottom. You see the top's full, it's full of crap. It's always like this. It's never any different. It's always plugged up, and it's always full of water, except when we go through these droughts that we've gone through lately. We had 1.75 inches of rain all day Sunday, and on Sunday I went out and I measured this stuff. At 7 o'clock it had 0 inches of water in this ditch. At 10 o'clock what you see is what you're seeing right now, and you can see the water going north up toward 58th Street. You can see all the water going, nobody's stopping. That's 58th Street going to Oleander Drive. Now I go across the road, and this is the other end before I go across the road, and I'll show you the...
Can I ask you a question? You had made a comment, and I'm just interested. You said that somebody built a house and blocked the drainage easement. Is that correct statement, sir?
Someone built buildings, not houses. These are places of businesses. There's a carpet place, a floor laminate place.
But you were talking,
Cashwell.
yeah, I'm sorry, you were talking about a driveway in particular. You said something about a driveway.
I didn't.
You didn't mean that?
No, sir.
So nobody had built a
I made
driveway
mistake.
filled in a ditch? But there was ponds.
Well, their driveways are actually plugged up, and the drains are plugged up, and that's forcing all of their water through the back and going down into the ditch.
And
Is
then,
that what you meant?
Yeah. And then I guess the other question that I have is on the map that you're showing, this map here.
Yes, sir.
Where you're showing 18 and 12 and 12, is that the size of the pipe or what is that?
Yeah.
That's the size of the pipe.
What you have here is the two types of things. You can't quite see the grid lines, but some of the numbers are grid lines. That is an 18-inch pipe, not down around 231. That's elevation.
So you got 18.
The elevation contour
yeah.
lines are not showing
I see that you got a 30 coming off of Oleander, going to 36, going to 18, down to an 18,
Correct.
over to a 12.
Yes, sir.
You got 15, so you got 12, 15, going up to a 15. You got 12, 18 coming down. You
Yes,
got
sir,
all
that's
kinds
what's
of all kinds of crazy elevations here. Has our department seen this?
Has he seen
Has
this?
Mr. May seen this? Has our drainage people seen this?
I have sent this to your drainage people numerous times.
You have?
Yes, sir. If you will, please page forward to where you see a drawing of the area I sent to Mr. I can't remember.
Well, you have a
his name.
copy of it or somewhere?
Here is the drawing of the drawings that I sent to them. This was back in 2018, shortly after the storm. I told them what the problems were. I'm overlaying on the Camellia side what the city proposed on their Part 2 plan, which was the 54-inch pipes that I'm showing proposed. You see where I'm saying
Yeah,
that?
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I can see
Now,
that.
if you'll go back to Verbena, you see the 30-inch pipe. That was new, put in when the city took over, and they took out the downstream side of 58th Street 18-inch pipe. They put in a manhole and ran all that drainage down into that manhole and down the pipe into that ditch on Camellia. That's causing the flood. It's running back up 58th Street, and that's your problem.
That's all I have to say, sir.
I wish you could work for the daggone, our department there. This is incredible. Let me ask you a question. Where did
I'm
you,
retired.
I appreciate it. Isaac, where did you get that map? Could I have a copy of that map? Because I need to get that to stormwater, because they were trying to calculate the pipes that you have in there. Is that an original map of the
Yes, sir.
subdivision?
That's the latest you have.
Okay. That'll cut down on a lot of work that we've got to do. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Answers a lot of my questions. Thank you, sir. Come on.
Good evening. My name is Randy Jackson. I'll make this as brief as possible. 2 points of clarification to cover here. One that was brought up this evening was the outflow. So if the outflow is not going towards 58, as the developer has stated, which way is it going? The second of this would be in the community meeting back in October, the statement was made that the engineering for stormwater on the property on the site was going to be based on a 100-year, and then a 200-year based on community concerns at the time was going to be looked at. Sounds like we're now down to a 25-year, so there's a bit of a discrepancy, and some of us are looking for some clarity there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rawls, do you want to answer that? We got it.
Yes, sir. It was brought up at the community meeting, actually by a concerned citizen that said this is going to be a 100-year flood design. That's what flood designs are now. We have a 100-year storm approximately every 2 to 3 years. From my understanding, the city enforces the 25 pre and post, but the state enforces the 100-year retention. So it's just semantics between, but both have to approve the stormwater plan before.
So let's be clear to the citizens. The stormwater calculations based on the model that you have to send to the state is based on a 100-year storm.
Yes, sir.
And the model that you're sending to the city, which will meet 125, has to meet the 25-year limit.
The pre and post.
Okay.
And then the 200, there's really not a design to that. It was just kind of an arbitrary comment that was made. We said we'd look into it. We've moved forward with the bioretention area as a secondary form of stormwater treatment. You know, there's no calculation to how much that can do, but we anticipate it being very beneficial to managing our stormwater efforts.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
Just have a quick question looking at this map and talking about the percentages of coverage on the property. Are the extensions of those two roads included in the percentage calculation?
Yes, what we understand.
Okay, because in theory, if not,
Everything they improve has got to be calculated into that engineering formula.
so that pavement on those extension roads would be part of the calculation. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, anybody else?
Good evening. My name is Teresa Elaine Brand, and I've lived there since 1954. Well, I haven't. My parents did. Since 1972, we flooded there every year. Right now, we have neighbors that are elderly. I live on a corner lot, and my neighbors are elderly, and they do too. I've had to swim to my neighbor's house to take her food before. This has got to be fixed. That's not all I'm here for. I'm here because who is going to divert that traffic so it goes slower? Because right now, they're going 50 miles per hour down our roads. Who's going to do that? I need y'all to vote no on this. We can't take that. And my older neighbors can't take it either.
Very quickly, and maybe it's a rhetorical question, but I'm just curious why with no community support and why with the inconsistency of this, what is it about this, when they can still build something on this property, why work to fit a square peg in a round hole?
Tony, I'd like for you to make certain that we have into the record and get it to Dave Mays, the map that Mr. Isaacs has shared with us, because based on the elevations that I'm seeing and the condition that these drainage easement situation is in that area, it needs to be fixed. And I know that we started that whole thing with that whole water basin. Me and Charlie were just talking out up here. I didn't realize that. I know we had done the first phase and we were waiting for the second phase. But whether this project got accepted or not, that area needs to be fixed based on the flooding that these folks are having to deal with in respect to these pipes that are undersized. Elevations are all over the place. You got 14, 18, 36. I'm surprised it's even flowing in any way at all. And then you've got a lot of debris in this drainage basin. So I'd like to accelerate that as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. Any other questions, council? I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for the wishes of council in respect to the ordinance, to the area, to the thing. Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, do you have any additional comments? I'm sorry.
No, sir.
Okay. No. Okay. Mr. Waddell?
Yeah, I think I need a little clarification. If we were to move this for approval but wanted to include the permeable surface on those parallel, the streets parallel to Victory Gardens, is that necessary for us to include as a condition? Or because it's in the plan, it would not be necessary?
So condition 4 on your ordinance already says the use and development of the subject property shall be in substantial compliance with the site plan and elevations as submitted and accepted by City Council at their 1/24/23 meeting. And both of those are delineated as permeable surface, so it doesn't need to be specified out.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson?
Brian, so in your calculations, is that part of the 34%?
I believe it is part of 34. I don't think it was extracted when we made that calculation.
So that would reduce the 34?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What are the wishes, council? We have a motion to approve
We need a consistency statement, Mr. Mayor.
by Mr. Waddell, second by Councilmember Barnett. Mr. Waddell, are you going to read a consistent statement for the record, sir?
Move to approve the proposed amendment to rezone property located at 222, 224, 226, 234, 238, 242, 246 Victory Gardens Drive and 5815 Tulip Drive from R15 moderate density single dwelling district to R5 CD medium density mixed residential conditional district for a 24-unit residential townhome development, find it to be consistent with the relevant policies in the comprehensive plan based on the application materials and the information provided at the public hearing and in the staff report, and to find approval of the rezoning request is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The proposed rezoning would allow for compatible infill, provide an appropriate transition between development types, and complete the existing street network in the area.
Okay. All ready to vote? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes 6-1. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilman Ridemark, second by Councilman Waddell. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. That brings us to our next item of business, which is item PH2, which is an ordinance directing the housing inspector to vacate, close, and repair or demolish a dwelling at 411 South 13th Street as unfit for human habitation pursuant to Article 5, Chapter 16 of the Wilmington City Code, and directing that a notice be placed thereon prohibiting its use or occupancy. This was also continued from our October 18, 2022 meeting. And at this time, I'd like to recognize our city manager, Mr. Cottle. Mr. Cottle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Code Enforcement Officer Brian Renner will overview this item for us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I know we already talked about this item back in October. I can give a quick rundown. This is Air property. As we recall, the Realtor was here, and she requested that we continue this to allow for partition and sale. What has happened since then is the heir who had hired the attorney to do the partition has since died, and the attorney is no longer responding to myself or the real estate agent. I've spoken with the real estate agent on numerous occasions since that last meeting, and essentially all progress is stalled and stopped because the attorney is not working with the family any longer, or has not communicated with any of us. So where we're at is looking to move forward with what we propose, which is the immediate authority to maintain this building as vacant and keep it secured, and then looking at the heirs to the property making repairs or demolishing this within 90 days. And I'm here for any questions about this case.
Are there any questions for Mr. Renner? Great, thank you. At this point, is the property owner present? Or the Realtor, someone representing the property owner? Oh, Mr. Barnett?
Yeah, okay. You said that the lady that you were talking with passed.
My primary communication has been with the real estate agent who was working with the family to sell the property. One of the family members who had hired an attorney to do a partition of heirs in order to sell the property, she is passed. So that communication with the attorney has broken down. I've left numerous messages and emails for the attorney, and he has not responded to me, nor responded to the family, nor responded to the real estate agent.
Response from any other members of the family?
No, the real estate agent mentioned that Ms. Geneva Clark was willing to pay the attorney to move forward with the partition, but again, there's been no contact, and that's kind of where we're at.
Mr. Robinbar?
The people that you've been, did you say an attorney or a real estate agent?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
You're dealing with an attorney or a real estate agent?
I've been dealing more directly with the real estate agent who was here at the last meeting, but I have spoken with the attorney, who's a local attorney here, prior to the meeting last fall, and he has not responded to me since.
Okay, so all communication is pretty much cut off?
Correct. My understanding is, the attorney's not getting paid.
Right, and I think I understood you to say this was going to be secured tomorrow, or?
Correct. The building, upon our last inspection, was secured. However, there is a lot of issues in this area that we do want to keep it secured. So in the event that we find this building unsecured, we'll be able to secure it immediately.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Renner? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again, I'll just ask to make sure, is the real estate agent or anyone representing the property owner present? Seeing none at this time, I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone that would like to come forward to speak on this issue. Is there anyone in the public that'd like to come forward and speak on this issue? I'll ask the city clerk if you have had any correspondence about this particular issue.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Pro Tem. We got one from Paula Jenkins, 916 and a half North Fifth Avenue. Unfortunately, I am out of town and cannot attend this meeting. This house is directly behind my property and has been vacant since I purchased my house 8 years ago. Besides being a general eyesore in the neighborhood, the shrubs and overgrowth in the back of this yard require constant trimming at the property line to keep them from encroaching on my lot. It is my hope that action will be taken to maintain the property in a better manner, especially the vegetation. I have previously contacted code enforcement about this issue and how badly the place is deteriorating. Thank you, Paula Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any other questions? In that case, seeing no one coming forward, I'll close the public hearing and ask for the wishes of council. Okay, we have a motion by Neil Anderson and a second by Mr. Rivenbark. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive a second reading? We have a motion by Mr. Rivenbark and a second by Mr. Anderson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That also passes unanimously. The next issue is PH3, which is an ordinance directing the housing inspector to vacate, close, and repair or demolish the dwelling at 915 North 6th Street as unfit for human habitation pursuant to Article 5, Chapter 16 of the City Code, and directing that a notice be placed thereon prohibiting its use or occupancy. At this time, I'll recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Chief Code Enforcement Brian Renner, Officer Brian Renner will overview this item as well.
Hello again. This property is at 915 North 6th Street. This is a single-family, single-story residence. It was built in 1920. The property is vacant. This is another heir property. And here we see heirs of Mamie Peterson Green and heirs of Ronald Chester Morris. So this is the outside of the house. Our case timeline on this, we started this case back in April of 2021. We took it to Housing Code hearing in June of 2022, and the order to repair expired September of 2022. Over the course of this almost 2-year period, we've made extensive efforts to try to contact family members, and we've had zero response. So the hearing, the results of that hearing were the structure value being $33,200, our estimated cost of rehab being $38,204, which puts us at 115%, which would make this property dilapidated by the city's minimum housing code. These are the violations that we have outlined within that. And here are just some exterior photos. When we inspected this property, we actually found the back door ajar, and we resecured that. And here, there's just a significant roof rot and issues with the roof. With a lot of broken windows, we currently have a board order out on this as well. Inside, we have deterioration of the floor system. The property was gutted at one point, and here we can see the photos of what the inside looks like. And there's some the holes in the roof. And the floor system up by the front door is completely gone, which we can see here. So what we're looking at on this one, as we have not had any response from family members on this, we have secured the dwelling, but we would like the authority to secure it immediately if it were to become unsecured again. And then we're looking at a 90-day to repair or demolish, should nobody take any action on it.
Are there any questions for Mr. Renner? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, here goes Mr. Anderson. He does have a question.
And it's not about this property per se, but we demolish. We're still, I mean, we take away the eyesore, we take away the attraction to, you know, homeless or drug, you know, all the negatives away from the neighborhood, which is what I think we're trying to do here. Safety, all fire, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, you still have a piece of land, right? It's just in la-la land. I mean, because you got so many heirs in so many of these cases, right? I mean, it just seems like, I assume there's probably realtors or land buyers that go and try to figure this stuff out, or do these things just sit forever? I guess I don't follow up afterwards. You may not either, because your job's done. Once this thing's
We will be maintaining this lot for an extended period of time until,
like 40 years,
one of three things happens. One, the county forecloses for taxes. Two, we foreclose for our cost of demolition. Or three, somebody releases the property in a sale. Or honestly, four, if the family comes forward and takes ownership.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I think we're good. Okay, so just as a matter of form, I'll recognize the property owner if they are available to come forward. Seeing none, At this time, I'll open the public hearing and ask if anyone would like to come forward and speak on this issue, either for or against. And I'll ask Madam Clerk if she has had any communication on this item.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. There was one that I read previously that goes with this item, so it's in the record. Thank you.
Seeing no one coming forward, if there are no questions from council, at this time I'll close the public hearing and ask what the wishes are of council. We have a motion by Mr. Barnett and a second by Mr. Rivenbark. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Have a motion by Mr. Waddell, second by Mr. Barnett. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that also passes unanimously. The next item is public hearing number 4. That's the ordinance directing the housing inspector to vacate, close, and repair or demolish the dwelling at 1213 South 9th Street as unfit for human habitation pursuant to Article 5, Chapter 16 of the Wilmington City Code, and directing that a notice be placed thereon prohibiting its use or occupancy. And once again, I'll recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. And once again, I'll recognize Mr. Renner to reprise his role as the Chief Code Enforcement Officer.
This is our last one for the evening. This is another air property, so I'll go ahead and get into it. 1213 South 9th Street, single-story, single-family, built again in 1920. This is a vacant house. The property owners are the heirs of William A. Fuller and his wife Barbara Fuller, who we have had contact with the family on this, and I'll kind of get into that in a second. So this is the outside of the house. When we inspected this house in January, we actually found that some people had moved into the house and were squatting in the house, for lack of a better term, and we interacted with the police department and they left. It's my understanding, I think they're back in that house, and we're going to be addressing that tomorrow. So our initial inspection of this property started in April of 2015. We took this to Housing Code hearing in September of 2019. And that order to repair expired in January of 2020. I've been in conversation with the children of William Fuller, a few of them since 2019, and they were trying to go through a partition process using an attorney, complications with their stepmothers, mental or physical health and power of attorneys and things like that. It's essentially boiled down to the family's been unable to do a partition due in part to disagreements within the family. So our findings of fact on this, this is a 2019 tax value. The structure was $7,600 at that time. Our estimated cost of rehab being $4,800, which puts us well over the 50%, which would make this dilapidated. These are the sections of the minimum housing code that are outlined within that order. And now we'll do some photos of the interior. So here's the exterior. We have a lot of rot on the framing. This does have a standing seam metal roof that is pretty worn. This is the exterior. You can see some items from people who had been illegally entering that building. My conversation with the family is that no one is to be in that building. Here's one of the interior bedrooms. We see some issues with the ceiling and the indication that somebody had been in there. This is one of the other rooms that people were staying in. The kitchen had a lot of perishable items, trash, garbage, indication that people had been staying in there. Oh, I was touching something. There we go. This just shows more of the issues on the inside. The bathroom in this, the entire floor system within the bathroom, which is in the middle of the house, is completely gone. You could see here appliances going through the floor, and back where the bathtub had been is completely eaten through, primarily because there's a hole in the roof. So, as I said, we've spent the last 3.5 years interacting with the family and trying to get a resolution on this property, which has since unfortunately failed. So we're looking at the immediate authority to secure this building and keep it secured, and then we're also looking at a 90-day repair or demolish as we have with the others, and I'm here for any questions.
Margaret?
Any questions? Yes, Mr. Rivenbark.
This is probably the silliest question I'll ask all night, but this house and the two previous ones have no utilities at all going to those three residences, do they?
They do not.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Renner? Great, thank you, sir. At this point, I will ask if there's, if the owner, property owner should be here or a representative. Please come forward. Seeing none at this point, I'll open the public hearing and ask if anyone would like to come forward to speak on either side of this issue. Is there anyone that would like to come forward? Madam Clerk, I will ask you once again. No. The record shows that the clerk has not had any correspondence about this. There's no one that wants to come forward. At this time, I'll close the public hearing and ask for the wishes of council. There's a motion by Mr. Anderson and a second by Mr. Barnett. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? And I believe that passes unanimously for those of us that are here. Is there a motion to waive second reading? There's a motion by Mr. Rivenbark, a second by Mr. Anderson. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That also passes. Next are our ordinances. Item 01 is an ordinance to appropriate $55,000 from the New Hanover Community Endowment for the purchase of sport wheelchairs and a storage container. At this time, I'll recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Our Recreation Supervisor, Andrea Talley, will overview this item for us.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Submitted for your approval is an ordinance to appropriate $55,000 from a New Hanover Community Endowment grant. Included in this presentation are a couple of videos highlighting some of the inclusive programming that our athletics program has been working on. And at this moment, I have to give recognition to my team, Morel Fox and Devontae Best, who do a fantastic job of leading these and all of our athletics programs. For the past several years, the athletics program has incorporated adaptive sports into its traditional programming. Adaptive sports are sports that are modified to allow people with physical and/or intellectual disabilities to participate. Each athlete in the basketball program has an opportunity to play wheelchair basketball during our All-Star Week in January, which just happened last week. And I have a video showing some footage from last year and from this year. Good pass. The wheelchairs you saw here were borrowed through a partnership with UNCW's Recreation Therapy Program. And while their assistance is greatly appreciated, unfortunately it takes a lot of staff time to transport the wheelchairs back and forth from UNCW to our facilities, and they're not always available for our use. So in order to expand our programming it is necessary for us to purchase our own. Additionally, we play adaptive sports with participants in our homeschool sports programs and in our summer camps. And the city provides practice and game facilities for the Wilmington Spokesmen, which is Wilmington's adult wheelchair basketball team. Staff also attended the Warrior Games this past summer in Orlando, Florida, with participants from our junior officials program. And I have a video that summarizes that trip for you.
Wilmington athletic staff members and 5 junior officials traveled to Orlando, Florida to attend the Warrior Games. Put on by the Department of Defense, the Warrior Games celebrates the resiliency and dedication of wounded, ill, and injured U.S. military service members. While there, the athletic groups got to watch hundreds of elite athletes compete in adaptive sporting events such as wheelchair basketball, cycling, and swimming, just to name a few. And while enjoyable, the trip wasn't all about fun. It also served as an eye-opening and inspiring journey, and one the athletic staff hopes to do again soon.
So why do we play adaptive sports? Offering adaptive sports removes barriers to access to athletics for our citizens. And when typically abled athletes participate, it brings awareness to adaptive sports, it builds understanding and empathy, and it actually helps refine sports skills. You may have noticed in the videos that the kids pass the ball a lot more often when they're playing wheelchair basketball, so they learn a lot about teamwork, defense, and communication. And sometimes it inspires athletes to take a leadership role who don't normally take a leadership role. So it's very rewarding when our basketball participants get to play wheelchair basketball. So what will be purchased with the grant funds? We are hoping to purchase 12 sport wheelchairs. They cost about $4,000 each, and then $1,000 for extra parts and tools, and a storage container. So you may be wondering where we're going to put all these wheelchairs. A storage container that will cost up to $6,000. And we're planning for it to be a typical shipping container. The proposed site for this is on the Robert Strange property between the tennis courts and the softball field.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Rodenbach.
That 40-foot, that's significant in size.
Yes, sir.
So that's strictly for the wheelchairs?
It will also store some of our athletics equipment, which is outgrowing the current facilities that we have at the MLK Center. Okay. It'll give us room to expand.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Spears?
So this is not to expand any, I want to make sure I say this correctly, any sport activities that we have for disabled citizens in our community?
We do hope to grow because our current programming is inclusive to all. I mean, as a city program, we're required to include anyone who wants to participate. But we are hoping to expand our current programming to be specifically for people with disabilities, and we're going to do that through some partnerships to reach out to those people. That isn't what we've done so far because our use of the wheelchairs that we borrow from UNCW has been limited. But with these wheelchairs, we can expand our programming to offer athletics to people with disabilities.
But the thought of it just came to build additional skills for our youth.
It's both. We have been using it up to this point in that way to expose the youth that we have to different kinds of sports.
Right.
Not only ways that they can play it, but also careers that they can grow into. So we hope to continue offering it to the people who participate in our programs, and then expand to people with disabilities.
And the entire $55,000 grant from the endowment will take care of this. So there's nothing on the city part that.
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor, I just want to be clear, these people that we saw in the video playing, but they're not disabled?
Correct. Well, the people in our program were not disabled. The people in the video in Florida,
Well, that's
many of
different.
them were.
I don't get it. Forgive me, I just don't get that. Why somebody that's able to stand, walk, run, and play would choose to play wheelchair basketball.
As I mentioned, it shines a light on these sports as sports. We do get a lot of comments from our participants and parents saying, we thought we were going to play basketball tonight. And we say, this is basketball. It's a different way to play. They learn a lot, as I mentioned. They learn how to grow some of their traditional basketball skills. They also learn what it might be like to play basketball in a wheelchair for people who are in that situation. So it expands awareness, and like I said, it builds empathy and understanding.
Ms. Spears?
Just one more question. So with all of the needs that we have in our community, and when I say community, I mean the entirety of the city of Wilmington, could we not have found another use for this money or programming where we could have utilized $55,000 that would help us? I'm not saying that it's bad, but I'm just asking if we were more forward thinking about what we could have done with $55,000.
I'm sure there's many uses that we could have come up with for $55,000. This is programming that our staff feel is important, and it's expanding, and we felt like this is a really positive benefit for the community, and so that's why we decided to go forward with this application.
Right, and I understand that, and I think the entirety of the council would be championing for this if it was, and not saying that they're not, and I'm not saying that I'm not, but if we had a program in place where, we had a highly active disabled population, a program, and we were lacking in wheelchairs for them. So just thinking out loud.
Well, I applaud the idea, and because I understand it does give those athletes the opportunity to really appreciate what they do have when you're placed in a chair and your legs are taken from under you. The other thing is, as I read the grant, it was a grant. It was like somebody says, I'm going to give you this money. Is that how it worked, or did you apply for it?
We applied for it.
Okay, and you were using wheelchairs from University of North Carolina, Wilmington, so now we have our own, and so I think it's a good idea, and I appreciate you guys bringing it forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
I think this is great. I guess, but I'm anticipating, you do feel like there's need. We just don't have them consistently enough to offer it as a program. Is that,
Correct.
You feel like we can.
Yes, there is a population.
If we reach out, we're going to find a population to use them where it's not just for the exact specific purpose.
Correct.
Yeah.
There is a population of disabled people in Wilmington, and to say that they're not already active, well, there isn't a program that's already being offered like this. So once we get the wheelchairs, we can start offering the program and hopefully get them to be active in it.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Barnett, second by Mayor Pro Tem Haynes. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously on first reading. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilmember Barnett, second by Councilmember Spears. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. We go on to item O2A and O2B. I will note that item O2A has a substitute resolution. And the resolution authorizes the city manager to enter into an offer to purchase with River Ventures LLC for the acquisition of real property. And then item O2B is the ordinance making the supplemental appropriation of $750,000 to the CP Building Improvement Fund for the purpose of entering into an offer to purchase for real estate. And this time I'd like to recognize our city manager, Mr. Caudle. Mr. Caudle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for referencing the fact that we did put before you a substitute resolution. The resolution is intended to give me the authority to go ahead and contract out, excuse me, for any services associated with the inspection of this property. Essentially, we generally have a $90,000 limit on my contractual ability without having to come back to council. Under this resolution, it will give me the ability to go ahead and authorize use of all $250,000, which are requested in addition to the $500,000 good faith money. I realize there's a lateness of the hour and everybody's probably not really interested in hearing the same presentation you heard yesterday, but I do believe it's important that everybody hear this. And we do have an audience, and we will have audiences again that will hear this, and I think it's important that we play this through. So if you will bear with me, I want to go through this presentation. Chad will pick it up about halfway through and give you the specifics of the deal. As I mentioned yesterday, we have a 1994 space needs study done by an architect, John Sawyer, who has done all of our space needs studies over the years. And out of that space needs study, it said, this space needs assessment and site analysis have determined that consolidating city offices in a group of buildings on the same site or close to each other can be accomplished. And it says the total project cost can be reduced by applying the proceeds of sales of existing buildings. Savings also occur because of the avoidance of major renovation costs, which would be required to upfit existing buildings. It goes on to say in 1994 that the net project cost is estimated to be between $8.2 million and $10 million. I haven't done an analysis of what that means today, but I'm sure it's not $8.2 to $10 million. It's important that we go through a little bit of a history of this particular process. We all started in 1994 with the space needs analysis. When I arrived in 2008, excuse me, a very long time ago, there was a space needs analysis that had already been done, and we had seed money and a CIP for an office building that was going to be built adjacent to 305 across the street. We had placed $1 million in there knowing it wasn't nearly enough, but Sterling guarded that $1 million like a hawk. Many, many times folks would come to him and say, we want to use a portion of that money, and he'd say, no, we need to keep this as an important project. And so in 2014, we resurrected, once again, another space needs analysis. We'll talk a little bit further about it as we move on, but we did the space needs analysis. There was a proposal put forward that would have, again, an addition to 305. That got put on the shelf, once again. So in 2021, we began again with a new space needs study, but with the same architect. And during that process, we learned that the facilities we currently have available to us were no longer going to be suitable. Essentially, we were going to have to raise 305 and completely build that building again. That study was completed in November of 2022. We went through about 18 months or so of review at the Governance Committee, bringing that item back and forth to the Governance Committee at least 3 and maybe 4 or 5 times. I lost count. We did not have an opportunity to get that study to council before we actually were approached regarding the potential purchase of the PPD/Thermo Fisher property. I will slip in and out of using both because just out of habit more than anything else. So we find ourselves in the position of having at least two different alternatives through which we can supply additional office space and bring folks back into the downtown and eliminate some of the buildings that we currently occupy. I want to be clear that this is just an opportunity to explore the potential to purchase the PPD Thermo Fisher property. This gives us the opportunity to have a sufficient time to be able to do that exploration and come back to you with a recommendation as to whether this is the appropriate course of action or whether we should stay the course of action and keep up with the 21-22 space needs study. Regardless, the space needs study has revealed that we are getting further and further and further behind with regard to space needs downtown. We have spread out over the course of many years to several different facilities. We have, over the course of many, many years, replaced public facilities, police facilities, fire facilities, public services facilities. We have not done anything for the downtown offices. And it is clear from our perspective that we need to do something with regard to getting that space renovated or replaced as soon as possible. Over the course of the many years, the organization's grown to occupy a lot of different spaces across our town. The main administrative office building, 305 Chestnut, is as old as I am, if not older. And that's old, folks. It's in need of over $4 million worth of repairs just to keep the facility operational. The diagram you have on the screen represents how we have spread out over the course of the years. We have 7 facilities shown here. First of all, we've got City Hall. Then we've got the administrative office building at 305 Chestnut. And then we've got 315 Chestnut, which is immediately adjacent to 305, in which we currently have computer facilities located. We have the former Harrelson building, and council showed great vision in acquiring this property to provide not only additional office space, but as a relocation property should the city decide to raise 305 Chestnut. We have a floor of 414 Chestnut, which is up the street, and IT is housed in that facility. Parks and urban forestry facilities are down near Greenfield Lake, and we're in the process of trying to relocate those right now. And the engineering complex out on Wellington Avenue is housed in an old fire station. And that's in addition to the engineering facilities that are on the public services property. And finally, we have the operations center out on River Road. This diagram doesn't include numerous police and fire facilities that are scattered throughout the community. We did not get into this predicament overnight. This is what happens when you have a growing city and growing demands for service, and you look anywhere you can for places to put folks. As I alluded to earlier, almost 10 years ago, the city procured the services of the third-party expert to do a space needs analysis. That was Mr. Sawyer. And this is essentially what he came up with. There were no renderings, there were no architectural elevations, but this gives you an idea of what was proposed. There was supposed to be a tower built next to 305, and it was supposed to be connected with bridge over into the 305 facility. The study produced 3 main components. All options included major repairs and renovations. All options included rebuilding and renovating 315, and all options required the city to buy or build new space. And that was over 10 years ago. So we've known for a long time that we have a lot of work ahead of us with regards to space needs. And as I noted before, this particular space needs study got placed on the shelf once again. We move into 2021, and the Governance Committee met many, many times, and the staff worked diligently with John Sawyer and Associates. I believe now it's actually Sawyer Sherwood and Associates. And the work expanded, as I mentioned earlier, over 2 years, and there were many, many meetings with the Governance Committee. 8 years later, when we looked at these operations, the recommendation came back that we needed to start with a blank slate. We had too many operations, too many folks scattered out, and we didn't have enough room to be able to place them in existing facilities. So the study focused on putting a new building at 305 Chestnut. The new building would need adjoining parking deck and would consolidate city departments, plus provide a new city hall space and new council chambers. The costs are high. A separate subcontractor who had extensive expertise in doing cost estimation analysis was used, and projected costs ranged between $90 and $96 million, inclusive of contingencies. The results of the study, as I mentioned before, were presented to the Governance Committee in November of 2022. It's important to note that during the 21-22 study period, Council made the strategic decision to purchase 115. I've already mentioned that, but it's also, again, not only additional office space, but also an area to which we could relocate folks out of 305, or at least a portion of them, into that building without having to lease additional spaces, should we decide to raise 305. While the latest study was going on, there were other things happening in the community, and as usual, your staff did not have their head stuck in the sand. We tried to evaluate ways to solve these problems of fragmented operations, grouping buildings, and continuity of operations so that we could undertake a new building or find a cheaper way to do it. We hoped to find something cheaper than $96 million. So we kept our eye out for opportunities, and one such proposal came up with the PPD Thermo Fisher acquisition. We looked at this property when it originally came on the market, and frankly, Jennifer laughed at me when I asked her to run the numbers on what it would take to buy it based upon the property value, the property tax value, and what I figured it'd go on the market for. It was a speculative opportunity and worth the potential of exploring the deal. The folks with PPD, Thermo Fisher real estate companies reached out to us and discussed the potential for us to be able to arrive at terms under which we might be able to purchase the property. So this is a unique opportunity. It's 12.5 acres of land, over 1,500 parking spaces, 370,000 square feet of office space. It has two developable tracks. One is on the north side of the tower, vacant property, which frankly I've been wanting to get my hands on for years to be able to do a public-private partnership with. And then a development track on the south side of the property, which is currently used as a surface parking lot. It includes a parking deck that has almost somewhere between 1,000 and 1,100 spaces, depending on who you talk to on which day. And most of you will know that we tried to strike a deal with PPD a few years back to be able to manage that deck for them and be able to use some of the parking spaces in off-hours operations. So this meets three important needs of the city. First of all, we can consolidate operations. We don't have to relocate everybody. We don't have to find rental space to be able to move folks to while 305 is being raised and rebuilt. And we hopefully can get it cheaper than what it would cost to rebuild 305. Second is the parking. The deck allows the opportunity to serve public parking needs. We don't yet know how many parking needs will be needed in association with the existing tower, but we feel like there will at the least be some off-hour service that will be provided by that deck. And third is the developable tracks that we've talked about that continue to play a huge role in transforming the north end of downtown. I'd like to turn this over to Chad now to give us the specifics of the deal, but I want to say a couple of things in closing. We're here tonight to get your permission to have the staff enter into a contractual agreement with Thermo Fisher to look at this property for a 90-day period. That will cost us $500,000 refundable money. Chad will get into that in a few minutes. It will also cost us $250,000 to be able to employ the folks that we need to employ to do a thorough analysis of this property to determine whether or not it is a viable alternative. And what you will get with that is we will be back before you, before that 120-day period is up, with that analysis and a recommendation as to whether this is an opportunity. I want to close with emphasis to say this. Thermo Fisher has not accepted our offer. We have not provided it in writing. That's what we're asking you to give us tonight, is the authority to submit that offer in writing. We have reason to believe that they would look upon it favorably, but there are other offers sitting on the table. And it is possible that they can take one of those offers that may be more lucrative to them, or they may stay with this offer. It will be completely up to them based upon what is best for their organization and their shareholders. Having said that, I'll be glad to answer any questions, or I'd prefer to turn this over to Mr. McEwen and let him get on into the specifics of the deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cottle. Good evening, Mayor Saffo, Mayor Pro Tem Haynes, Member City Council. Just to overview, without going over things that Tony's already covered, to orient you a little bit more related to the property, the convention center is to the south of Development Track B, 1 block away from Development Track B. Development Track A is adjacent to the Live Oak Amphitheater. Directly across the street from the parking deck is the Salvation Army property that the city recently purchased, and catty corner from the deck is the proposed Gateway project. If you look to the right, the General Services Department that Mr. Caudill referenced are listed by department there. These are the departments basically that don't involve the fire department, police department, fleet, or public services. Essentially everything else is listed there on the right and would be housed in the Thermo Fisher building in a portion of probably 5 to 6 floors. Thermo Fisher would occupy, lease back under our purchase agreement, proposed purchase agreement, between 2 and 3 floors, up from 60,000 to possibly as high as 100,000 square foot within the building, depending on which floors they occupy. Then they would leave a net portion of floors that would be available at market rent. There has been some interest since this was made public last week about the city's interest in possibly seeking some of that space. Again, Mr. Caudill mentioned there was 3 major components or boxes this checks for the city. The first being obviously the previous slide of consolidation. The second being parking, providing a huge need for parking space available on the northern waterfront portion of the city. That parking deck, the 1,037 parking spaces in that deck, as well as the surface lot, which is approximately 240 spaces, and then underneath the building is another 280 total spaces. Those would be utilized, the parking deck primarily would be utilized as part of complementary effort with Live Oak Amphitheater. Third component is economic development and the continued revitalization of the northern waterfront portion of the city. The left side pictures, these are pretty illustrative of all the revitalization and investment, public and private, that's gone into this portion of the city. 2004, primary use for these properties with the waterfront area as well as the PPD property or Thermo Fisher property. Heavy industrial use, bulk storage, warehousing. You can see several rail spurs there servicing those property. Note that there's not a convention center, obviously not an amphitheater, or the PPD property. Fast forward to 2021, obviously a convention center. The amphitheater was opened a few years back. PPD was built in '06, showing basically the deck, the surface lot, and the northern lot to the north of the building. Those two developable tracts in yellow, the lot to the north is 3.4 acres. To the south, the surface lot is about 3.2. The shapes in green, the properties in green include the Gateway project as well as the Salvation Army property referenced earlier. The key terms of our proposal, which has been discussed extensively with Thermo Fisher and their attorneys, but as Mr. Call pointed out, has not been formally approved, involve a purchase price of $68 million. For that, we have to post a $500,000 refundable deposit for a 120-day due diligence. Under that due diligence period, we would anticipate spending around $250,000, $250,000 to resolve basically three components of due diligence. The appraisal services, which we've worked on today, we've competitively bid, had 4 proposals for those services and hope to put out a PO tomorrow to get that process going. The second component would be a building condition assessment, which I'll speak to further in the next slide, and also securing specialized legal counsel and bond counsel related to the potential debt of the purchase. The building condition assessment, which would be usually is a very lengthy process, but under the terms that we've discussed with Thermo Fisher, we don't have that luxury. We're consolidating what would usually probably take 6 months into probably a 45 to 60-day window. There's 5 key components of what our building condition assessment would involve. First and foremost, first step would be an asset inventory. Main reason we're doing an asset inventory of the building is that our proposal is involving purchasing the property furnished with all fixtures, furnishings, and equipment being included in the purchase price for $68 million. The second component is a condition assessment that would study all aspects of the building: structural, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, structural, code, ADA, air quality. Third component would involve O&M analysis, operation and maintenance of the building. What we would like to do is obviously find out what it costs to run that building on an annual basis. The building is highly technical, highly advanced compared to our existing facilities housed with our general offices. We want to know that number. We want to know that cost so we can compare it to our existing costs related to our existing facilities. The fourth component involves forecasting our CapEx expense if we were to purchase the property. We want to know what condition the building is in with those key components, everything from the carpet to the roof, knowing what components we could expect to have to need to replace from day one, interim or intermediate components that would need addressing, and then the long-term needs that would involve maybe major roof repairs or replacement or rebuilding of the generators. The last component is the Brownsfield compliance. As most of you know, that property was a mitigated, redeveloped Brownsfield area because of its historical use as part of the storage of fertilizer and other bulk items. We have no reason to believe that there's any issue with the Brownsfield agreements that were filed when the property was redeveloped, but we want to make sure that those components are checked and confirmed by an environmental engineers to determine if there are any issues that would need to be addressed prior to Thermo selling the property. The next component of that, second component, is the current use component. PPD, Thermo Fisher are obviously in the pharmaceutical testing industry. We have no reason to believe that there's actually been any testing on the property which could lead to contamination, but in order to reassure ourselves of that, we want to have a phase 1 done. The building has been used historically, although they're a pharmaceutical company, as their headquarters for administrative functions, no lab testing that we're aware of. The due diligence period, as Mr. Calder pointed out, is all at this point that we would be obligating ourselves to. With the $500,000 refundable deposit, we would get 120 days to determine if the building is a feasible solution for the city's space needs. The far left side, you see the acquisition price of $68 million reflected in that column. That debt could be bought down by market rate leases for the residual floors, 3 residual floors. Then the second part of that could bring that debt down would be the surplus property sales of 6 of the 7 buildings our general services departments occupy at this time. Mr. Calder also mentioned capital needs, particularly at 305, approximately $4.1 million of pretty imminent need in terms of capital repairs are needed for just that building. We would avoid that cost by purchasing the Thermo Fisher property. The OpEx expense, which is a part of the building condition assessment, we anticipate, although we don't know the number, the building condition assessment would determine that. We anticipate that number would be higher than what we currently spend on our facilities because it's a completely different, more modern facility that's well taken care of. So the net is reflected there on the far right as the adjusted cost. So you can see, not dollar for dollar, but not to scale, but there are mechanisms that we could draw down that acquisition price.
Chad, we have a question here from Mrs. Spears.
Chad, I got a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I hadn't played with puzzle pieces in quite a long time, but the green blocks that are driving the acquisition price down, the bigger green block is pretty much offset by this red block, right?
They're not representative. They're not to scale, so to speak, but they're representative of the trend that we would anticipate, meaning the market lease obviously is going to draw down the debt or help with the O&M. The surplus property sales obviously would help, that capital would obviously help go towards the debt related to. Capital avoidance, same thing. We anticipate, and that's why that's a red box and it's larger, or a red box in general, is we anticipate that number, and it'll be determined as part of the building condition assessment, we anticipate that being larger than what we currently spend.
Okay.
And that's all the slides I have.
Chad, I'd like to add a couple of things. As you might have guessed, Jennifer Moretti has taken a large role in this issue, and believe it or not, we're not having to drag her along with us. But she has noted for our discussion here this evening, first of all, that if you pass on both of these items, both the resolution and the ordinance, we'll be putting out a banking RFP as soon as possible tomorrow for a variable rate side of this particular financing. We'll also have to have a public hearing scheduled in April for council's approval of the financing, which would be the banking and then the LOBS financing that would go along with it. And then finally, we will have to have a tax rate adjustment included in the budget public hearing in May. That number is yet to be decided, but we'll have to go towards the retirement of the debt. But I just wanted to add those 3 items on there just for your knowledge and edification.
Tony, question in respect to the surplus property, if we were to proceed with the purchase, how fast could we anticipate getting some of these properties on the market, understanding that if we were to proceed, they wouldn't have to be moving twice. They'd be moving directly into the building and then putting that building up for sale. And then I guess the second half of that question would be, with the local government commission understanding the debt structure, is I know that they always want the bird in the hand instead of a couple in the bush. And if you do have something that, or if we move forward with this, we put those buildings for sale, we get a contract to purchase, subject to what have you, whatever the case may be. That would that go, if we had the purchase in the hand, or at least the under contract, how would that be looked at by the LGC? Or can someone tell me that?
Part of the issue of being a manager is you don't want to ever lead your council down the primrose path.
Right.
This could be a very efficient and expeditious way to do this, in that I've conferred with the city attorney today because we've already had inquiries about property that we would vacate. And one of the things that she and I were working on today is, could we go ahead and go through a declaration of, for example, the Harrelson building as being surplus, defining what the minimum purchase price you would accept for it would be, and go out to a sealed bid that theoretically could be accomplished prior to closing on the financing for the PPD building. That is an incredible rush of time, but it theoretically could be done. At worst, I think that we would have the ability to sell these properties, in theory, within 6 months to a year, and realizing that the minute we close on the PPD property, if you authorize everything that's required to go through that, we wouldn't be ready to move into it that day anyway, simply because there would be so much preparation. I've used the word transformational, and transformational is used too frequently today. But this is going to be a transformational type of project for the city staff, the operations, and it's going to take us a few minutes to get ready for it. So to answer your question in short, we could have, theoretically, property under contract and ready to be sold, but it would take a Herculean effort to be able to do that.
And then the LGC would, going back to that question,
If we have anything we have a contract for, a signed contract for example, if Thermo Fisher signed a contract to take 60,000 square feet of office space, then we could figure that in as a potential revenue source coming back. If, for example, we sold one of our assets through a sealed bid process and that happened before we closed on the PPD property, then that could be considered as well. But as I've said to folks before, the LGC lives in the 1930s, and Meredith's wanted to know how it was in the 1930s when I was living in it. But they live in the 1930s based upon trying to keep the financial stability of local governments intact.
Okay, very good. Mr. Rodenberg?
Well, Simon, getting everything to mesh is impossible. So, I mean, there's certainly a number of vehicles to accomplish that. One would be a sale leaseback. You know, if we had to take an extra 60 days, whoever who's buying, for example, the Harrelson building, they're not going to go in there on day one and start buying it. So you just do a lease back for 60 to 90 days and move on. So I know that I want to rush things, and I know that we have to pull the reins back and make sure we do it right. But the term time is of the essence has never been more important than it is in this.
I could not agree with you more, Councilor Rivenbark. Time is of the essence, and you can tell we have worked at glacial speed with regard to finding office space downtown. So we're gonna work as quickly as we can to be able to rectify those.
Mr. Waddell?
Not to add to the growing list of due diligence items that you guys are going to be diving into, should we approve this? But when we do get an executed contract during the evaluation in that due diligence period, can we make sure that council has a full understanding of the square footage that's currently occupied in our various facilities? I know when we're looking at it and measuring it up to one another, it's not going to be apples to apples because we're looking at consolidating, and there's some space considerations there. But just knowing what we have throughout the various departments and the square footage that we're currently occupying, I think that'll be majorly beneficial from a decision-making standpoint.
Yes, sir. You had previously asked for that, and we are working on that computation for you, so it will be distributed to council. I would also state that building, like so many previously built buildings that we occupy, will have its own limitations based upon whatever. But we will be doing that. Also, it's important to note that the LGC, Local Government Commission, will have a strong say in how much of the building we occupy. And the reason being is because we cannot be seen as buying that property with taxpayer money to be able to make money off of leases. So there will be a stipulation about how much floor space needs to be occupied by the city and how much can be occupied by others. But we will have that information for you, Mr. Waddell.
Okay. Mr. Barnett?
Yeah. I like the idea. I think it's a great opportunity for us, and I think it's something that 50 years down the line, my grandkids will say, "God, Dad, you did a good job." So, yeah, I'll be around too to hear it.
Not me.
Okay. Anybody else? Well, it's a unique opportunity, and if we can pull this off, I know it's something that has been talked about for quite some time. We get 120 days to evaluate it and hopefully make the best decision for this community and for this city. Mr. Spears?
Something that's unrelated but related, as the community looks on to see what we'll do as it relates to this PPD Thermo Fisher property. I just keep hearing about the expansion of the gym at MLK. So at some point in time, I want some feedback during this 120-day period of where we are with that project and when we anticipate breaking ground. I just got to be honest, I'm tired of hearing it. Anytime we do something other than that, I have to hear it. So I think it's imperative that we do that.
Yes, sir. And you have a budget workshop that you'll be reminded of at the end of this meeting coming up on Monday, which is almost solely focused on capital improvements and getting you updates on projects. And that will be one of the top primary projects that we will be updating you on.
Thank you, Tony.
Anybody else? Okay. What are the wishes of council in respect to the resolution? We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Rivenbark, second by Mayor Pro Tem Haynes. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
And just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, that was the substitute resolution.
Yes, it was. Okay. Item 02B is the ordinance making supplemental appropriation of $750,000 to the CP Building Improvement Fund for the purpose of entering into an offer to purchase for real property. What are the wishes of council? We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Rivenbark, second by Councilmember Anderson. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. We have a motion to waive second reading. Motion made by Councilmember Barnett, second by Councilmember Waddell. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. Tony, get to work.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We do appreciate your confidence. We'll be back to you.
Okay.
90 days. 90 days. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next item of business is our resolutions. Item R1 is a resolution amending the Wilmington City Council's Rules of Order. And at this time, I'd like to recognize our interim city attorney, Meredith Everhart. Ms. Everhart.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a specific presentation for you. This is a matter that was developed, that started back in 2019, actually, when Mr. Joy approached members of the Governance Committee and informed them that there were several things in Council's Rules of Order that were outdated and that we were not following. For instance, there was no mention in the Rules of Order of even having an agenda review meeting or what to do in several situations like that. And reports of council committees were at the beginning of the meeting in your rules as opposed to the end. And so the Governance Committee decided to go through an overhaul of the council rules of order with staff. That started back in 2019. In 2020, obviously, it took a severe halt due to the pandemic and stopped between 2020 and close to the end of 2021. The governance committee picked it back up about mid-2021 and began working on that in earnest again with staff, providing input to staff about changes that needed to be made, as well as the attorney's office and other staff providing information about changes in the law and other things procedurally that would work to make those better. And so this last version was presented to the governance committee following their feedback in October of 2022. And this is the final version that has come out of that has been approved by the governance committee and is coming to full council now for consideration.
Very good. All right. I guess I've been reading through it, and I appreciate the due diligence and the work that the governance committee has put into it. I guess I have just, I'm like most of what I see. I guess question that I have is in respect, and I know I've kind of polled around the state of North Carolina to find out what everybody's doing in respect to meetings and how they are interacting with Zoom and stuff of that nature, and it varies. Everybody's got a different way. It's hybrid. Some of them are you can be there. Some of them you don't have to be there. I guess in respect to votes, just to be clear, you have to be in person to vote on any specific item. Is that correct?
No, sir. You are not required to be in person to vote. During the pandemic, sorry, go ahead.
Could you just go into that?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking about in the new rules, according to the new rules?
Yeah. I'm just reading through some of this, just want some clarity.
So in your new rules, if you look at section number 16, that is the rule that applies to remote meetings. Let's see.
What pages? Would that be on a specific page?
Rule 16 is on page 16.
Okay, got you.
And so according to that, and it says specifically council meetings, so at this point that would apply to any meetings of the full council. That would include your budget workshop on Monday, your agenda briefing yesterday, this meeting tonight, any full council meetings. Participation is said to be in person other than for exceptional need. Exceptional need, as it's defined in the rules, would include things such as medical issues, working out of town if you're more than 50 miles away, and things of that nature, or if you're out of town promoting the city or doing city business. Those would be considered exceptional need under these rules as they're written. Otherwise, if you were not attending in person, then if any other member of the council objected to you not being here in person, they would need to object at the beginning of the meeting. You would be required as the chair, Mr. Mayor, to decide if there is an exceptional need. That decision could be appealed to the board by either the person objecting or the person attending remotely, and then the board itself would have to decide whether the member would be allowed to participate remotely. So that's how the process would go as it's written at this point.
And when I had talked to you briefly about this, you had indicated on a controversial vote, if it's a 4-3 vote, let's just say.
Yes, sir.
And the deciding vote was the person that was remote. Was there a possibility of a challenge to that?
Yes, sir. What we have discussed with you as council before is that there are several different situations that could arise, and different jurisdictions across the state all handle it differently. Some based on the number of people they have. Smaller jurisdictions may do it differently. But if you are simply, what we have advised council is if you're simply in an advisory capacity, that remote participation is generally allowed because you're not taking any formal votes that would result in an appeal or anything else to a separate body. So if you're acting in a simply advisory capacity, remote participation is generally allowed almost everywhere. However, as we've discussed on multiple occasions, in a quasi-judicial situation, remote participation is not allowed, and we have never allowed that, and no other jurisdiction that I'm aware of does either. So that's a yes for the most part for administration or advisory, and a definite no for quasi-judicial. The gray area is in between when you're taking a regular legislative action like a rezoning request. The issues that could come up with remote participation are if the people who are participating remotely would be the ones who are making up your quorum. So that would be a problem because you wouldn't have enough that are present in person. So if there were only 3 of you present in this room and one person participating remotely, that person would make up your quorum, and that could lead to some legal challenges if you didn't have a quorum present. And then also if you have a vote that is going to be, since there are 7 of you, 4 to 3, and there's one person participating remotely, and that would be your 4th vote. So your deciding vote for one way or the other, then that could cause you to have some issues, because generally a 3-3 vote of people who are present would result in it failing. So it could cause some legal issues and some legal challenges against the city if in a situation where your remote participants are either the key to your quorum or where they're the deciding factor in your hearing. But generally speaking, there is no law that says you cannot participate remotely. We just advise that you be careful in general if you're in either of those situations. So if you did come up to that situation where it looked like it was going to be a divided 4 to 3 vote, we may usually advise you in those situations you may want to continue that item until all your members could be present to take that vote or something of that nature.
So the question is, if we took a vote and it was a 4-3 vote, and we held it for a second reading to allow the individual to be at the next meeting, would that cover it?
Yes, sir, you could do that. That'd be acceptable. That'd be a way to address the issue as well.
You could address it that way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's also my understanding, just to be clear with the governance committee, that if during the public information segment, if a person or an individual citizen is coming to speak about a particular item that's on the agenda for later on, that could be a public hearing, and wants to speak on that particular item, I have, I guess, the right to say, no, you can't do it, you have to speak during the public hearing.
Yes, sir, that is something that has been added. The chair's ability to tell someone who's come to speak during public information that that item's going to be a public hearing later, and to ask them to stay instead for the public hearing.
So the question would be, if it's an ordinance and they're not allowed to speak because there is no public hearing, I can allow them to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
No problem there. In regards to any kind of informational meetings that we have, when we're obtaining information or asking questions but not taking any formal votes, does that have to be in person, or can that be remote?
Under these rules, as it's written, as come out of the governance committee, my understanding is that it just says council meetings. That it's up to this body to decide whether you want to relegate that to just mean regular business meetings, meaning city council Tuesday night meetings, or whether you also want that to apply to budget meetings and agenda briefings and any other meeting where all 7 of you are noticed to be there. But as I read it now, it just says council meetings, and so that would mean any regularly noticed council meeting, which would include your agenda briefings, your meetings tonight, and to other meetings as well.
Even if it's informational, just only?
Like budget?
Because I guess budget I could understand, because there's a lot of interaction with budget, and sometimes you do ask, or somebody's asking for direction. But if it's an informational meeting where you're asking questions but not taking any formal votes, that would still have to be in person?
The way that it's written right now, you would have to go through the process that I mentioned earlier if anyone objected to remote participation. If that is not the wish of council, we could absolutely change that. We just need to specify, because we do talk about regular business meetings versus special meetings versus other things in here, and we could easily specify if that's what council wanted, for it to just be your regular business meetings. But right now, it would be interpreted to mean any regularly noticed meeting of all council.
If I could interrupt.
Yes, go ahead.
I thought, and I certainly stand to be corrected.
I just want to be clear on what constitutes a council meeting. When it's posted on that bulletin board down in the foyer, that's a council meeting.
Anything that all 7 of you are, that it's a notice that all 7 of you are going to be meeting together would be a council meeting. So it would include budget meetings and agenda briefings.
Workshops, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Those are council meetings.
Those are considered council meetings under these rules. And we separate out, quote, regular business meetings would be tonight versus agenda briefings yesterday versus special meetings and that type of thing. So when you just say council meeting, it's going to include all of those things. If you wish for us to separate out any of those, we could do that as well. It's up to council.
I think it was the understanding, and as I say, I stand to be corrected, of the governance committee that it would include anything where the 7 of us were asked to participate, no
Yes, ma'am, that's how it's
matter
written.
what it was. And so that's the way it's written. It's not just talking about Tuesday night. It's talking about any time we would be together as a body.
I think this thing gathered a little bit of steam because of the pandemic. I remember the first night, I don't know if y'all remember or not, but there was the most Rube Goldberg contraption right there on that podium with microphones rigged up, and there was 3 of us here. And that changed everybody's approach. And I wasn't even on the governance committee then. It was Kevin O'Grady when he left. I came on, and that was among 15 other items that the governance committee was addressing. That was one of them, and John brought forth a lot of these very things that are in here. And I just wanted to be clear on what constitutes a council meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Barnett, then Mr. Charlie,
Yeah,
you spoke, and then Mr. Spears.
Meredith, just want to get more clarity on, okay, so if I was, let's say, wanted to do, I would be home or away, I'm away, and so I would call in, and then the chair would have to say whether or not my being away is okay. Is that what?
If someone on council objected at the beginning of the meeting to you participating remotely, then yes, it would be up to the chair to make a decision whether that is an exceptional need that should be allowed.
So like somebody could say, I don't like that. I don't like that reason why he's out. So therefore, I object, and that means I couldn't participate unless the chair says, or the people in the.
Well, I'd have to take.
How's that work?
Excuse me, just for clarity, if there's an objection from one of the 7 of us,
right,
then I would have to formally put that up for a vote.
You would make a decision first as to whether you feel like, as the chair, it is an exceptional need. And then if the person who objected or the person who's participating remotely wanted to appeal that decision and have whole council vote, then they would vote. So it would go first to the chair and then to council.
And if I said yes, and then somebody objected to that, then I would have to take a formal vote.
Yes, sir. That's
I
how it's
think
written.
generally the idea was, and I'm sorry to always use Neil as an example, but he's, we know that twice a year he's at the furniture market as his job and his profession. And so generally you would know ahead of time that someone had an exceptional need, or like when I had, major surgery, we knew I wasn't going to be here. And so you make that arrangement ahead of time, generally. I mean, I think that was the thought.
Yes, ma'am. Both the medical issue and the issue of being out of town more than 50 miles away are both included as examples of exceptional need. Someone could still object, but the mayor would have it in the rules of order that those are generally considered an exceptional need.
Okay. Mr. Spears?
Yeah, it's just so much. It's just so much to take in. As I asked yesterday, what was the cause behind it? And Meredith, you said, what constitutes, well, you were talking about the vote, the quorum, person being in person, a person being a remote, but a person's decision is a person's decision, right? There has been no statute from the state that says that if a person who is a council member votes remotely, that vote is no good.
There is nothing specific either way. And so there's nothing specifically saying that you can or nothing specific saying that you can't. And that's why I indicated there's division among municipalities as to whether they allow remote voting or not. And so the only thing I can advise is that if remote participants make up your quorum or make your deciding vote, that gives anyone on the opposite side of how the vote goes an opportunity to raise that in a legal action against us. So it's not legally advisable in those situations where it would either constitute a quorum or constitute your winning vote on either side. It's legal advice that would expose you to more legal potential arguments. And so, but you are correct, sir, that there is nothing that says no remote participation. There's nothing that says you can remotely participate. There are statutes, and Mr. Joy has mentioned those. In August, he did a presentation where he mentioned those statutes that indicate that remote meeting in some form is allowed because they anticipate some form of electronic participation, but there is no statute that specifically says you can. There was during the pandemic. There was a statute that specifically said you could participate, even all 7 of you remotely, despite quorum, if you were all remote during the pandemic, but that expired last August.
Right.
And so now we're back to what was in effect before the pandemic, which is everybody arguing about whether you can participate remotely or not.
Right. So, why would we pigeonhole ourselves? Why would we create, again, this is fear-mongering of what could be or what can't be, but we haven't had any of these issues yet.
You're correct, sir, that as far as I know, since I have been here, I've not been aware of more than a handful of maybe 5 to 10, 4 to 3 votes as far as council goes. But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen or that it couldn't happen, and it's just my job to advise you of the legal pitfalls that you could be walking into if you do so.
Right, and I understand that. And also, there's just the fact that any of this language that's being used for Rule 16 it would prolong the council meeting. If I choose to be remote, the mayor says it's okay, someone objects, there needs to be a vote. I object. There needs to be a vote. What is that? We are boxing ourselves in, and for what reason? There's no reason for this change. I mean, there is a reason for this change, but there's no real reason for this change. There's no real reason for this change to take place. We are in 2023. We should be perpetuating a culture that is inclusive for people to participate in the local government. I believe the mayor says that at the end of every city council meeting. Thank you for participating in your city government. Not thank you for participating in your city government if you are of a certain socioeconomic status, if you are of a certain demographic. We have to be careful of what we do as a body that helps. We are here to help people. We are to perpetuate change, help. This is not what this is. I read a portion of this where it says if you're going to be remote, you have to have your camera on, and you. I mean, why not just put my name in Rule 16? And that's just what I have for 16. I'll let Luke speak and Neil speak.
Kevin, to your points, and just just so everybody know, because I'm the vice chair of the Metro Mayors in all 10 of the cities that we represent, or the bigger cities, this is a new medium that was Zoom that came about during the pandemic. And so everybody, there's a lot of governments out there that like portions of it, that think that this is a good thing, and access and accessibility and making certain that people are participants in this process. So everybody's got different rules and regs going forward since the governor's order has expired. And I don't believe the legislature's taking this on in any way, shape, or form. And I know the School of Government has weighed in on some of this in giving some rules and advice, but I guess it comes down to each individual city, council, or county commissioners as how we use remote participation in our everyday life. I like a lot of what I've been able to do. I know that me and Charlie sit on the Lower Cape Fear Water and Sewer Authority. We got people from, 16 different municipalities from around the region. A lot of people, not a lot, but I would say some participate in every meeting remotely, but because of their distances, so it makes it easier for them to participate. And I've liked that, and I've been involved in a tremendous amount of meetings, especially when the information, or when I'm getting a lot of information where I don't have to be there in person. Even the Metro Mayors, all of us get in every Friday. There may be 20 or 30 mayors on a phone call to talk about legislative affairs and issues. Beforehand, we had to go all the way to Raleigh to make that face-to-face contact, which has made our process much easier. So there's a lot of pros to this. There's some cons and some concerns that we might have, but I think everybody that I have spoken to has said on a formal vote that most people want to be in person. On information, or when you're gathering information, like we had a meeting this morning in regards to transportation, where if somebody couldn't be there, it would have been nice if somebody can participate in that meeting remotely, because it gives, it helps in the whole process. So anyway, that's just some comments. Mr. Waddell and then Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, I certainly understand that there needs to be an evolution of our remote policy. I think that goes without saying. It's relatively new, and I applaud the governance committee for taking a deep dive in it and addressing the changes. My position, I think, is a little bit in line with the mayor's, that maybe a little bit nuanced, and maybe with Kevin's as well, but it's a good rule, and I'm all for implementing this rule for regular business meetings where votes are taking place. Don't have as much issue on an informational basis. Something I would like to see, though, for specific items like primarily closed sessions where material is privileged or sensitive in nature. In my opinion, with regards to closed sessions, is we should probably be a little more stringent there with our policy to make sure that it's only members of council and those that are in the room in a closed session are privy to that information. So, on camera, if you are remote, participating in a closed session, I think that is important because we're dealing with sensitive and privileged information. Outside of that, regular business meetings, I think it's warranted. But informationally, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Mr. Anderson?
Well, I had thoughts jumping around there from different comments, but like Mayor, the ad hoc committee is not a council meeting. I mean, that's not something where it doesn't fall under that. So that we could all be on there, as I read it, on Zoom, committee meetings, all that, because it's not something where it's posted where we're all there. I mean, I was going to follow up with Luke's thing. That's a concern with the close, and that's no reflection on anybody on this council. Somebody may come along later that's a little more loosey-goosey, and we need to have a policy that prevents that from happening. The other thing was, my train of thought, I've lost it, but those were a couple comments, several that were kind of taken. Luke kind of got.
Ms. Haynes?
Based on what Mr. Waddell said, I believe that escaped us on the governance committee of perhaps the sensitive nature of a closed session, and that when someone is remote, I mean, we didn't deal with that. And so it brings up a valid point. When someone's remote, you really don't know. I mean, I could be remote and, you know, have other people in the room with me. Or maybe even be recording it or something. So maybe that is something that I mean, what were your thoughts on that? That you would say you couldn't participate in a closed session online?
I think it warrants discussion, certainly. I don't know whether or not, I mean, I think maybe the vote should be required there in a closed session when we're discussing privilege-sensitive items. And I think if you are in a closed session remotely, likely you should have your camera on. Again, who knows what this council looks like 5 years from now, you know, folks remote in closed session that have various business interests. I mean, it really opens the city up to some liability from my position. But again, regular business meetings, this meeting on Tuesday night, sure, in person outside of, you know, some of the events that are listed, that in closed session would be my alteration of the recommendation.
So just for a quick clarification, the way that it's written now, where it covers all council meetings, closed sessions are called out in your new rules of order. They weren't mentioned in the previous rules of order, but we did put in provisions for closed sessions in this set of the rules. And so, like you said, a new vote could be taken when you go into closed session. Maybe something was decided to be exceptional need out here to allow remote participation. But if someone wanted to object again, once you're in closed session, you could do that again and have that reconsidered. Unless you're satisfied that that's secure, then maybe you look at it then.
I think my recommendation is that whatever we decide or if we decide to implement it for regular business meetings, this meeting particularly, this is a regular business meeting, or Tuesday night is the only regular business meeting,
yes,
correct?
Sir.
So if we implement it for that, then we would implement that same item for closed session. My position would be to keep it open for informational, for agenda briefing, for budget meetings. I've got a baby on the way. There may be a couple times where I'm going to be at home and asked to call in and, you know, to be called out on a vote because my wife needs me at home. It rubs me a little bit the wrong way.
So your request would be to change section 2, instead of saying council meetings, to say at all regular business meetings and closed sessions of city council, and have it apply to those sections, but not to the other sections of agenda briefing, budget workshops, and things of that nature.
I believe so. There's 6 other people that got to agree with that, or 3.
May I? I know a couple people.
I'll start from the bottom up. Go
Okay,
ahead,
thank you. I just want, because from my understanding, you can't vote in a closed session, correct?
You can't vote in a closed session. You can receive information that you then come out of closed session and vote on. Okay. So you wouldn't be able to get the information in the closed session and
Right.
then vote.
That's one. Number 2, you can't legislate integrity. You know, when you know, like you say, there's private information. You know, there may be some things that I hear in closed sessions that I go home and whisper to my wife. Maybe because she don't have any clothes on or something. I don't know what the case might be, but it might just be. And I probably shouldn't have said that. But anyway.
I'm certainly not going to respond to it.
But really, you can't legislate integrity, and everyone who puts their hand on the Bible and swears, you know, I'm going to do the honor of the state and all that stuff that we say when we're sworn in, I think that, you know, we have to honor that. I like the idea of making perhaps this meeting mandatory, that you know, face to face, you know. But I think in the news, you know, where we are now with all the things that are going on, the mayor mentioned a number of meetings that he's on. There are a number of things that I have to do because I can't be 5 places at one time, you know. So I think that if we maybe just emphasize that when you have the Tuesday night meeting, you know, you need to be here, you know, unless there's an emergency, and then that's when we, you know, like we've been doing in the past, you know, we just say, I can't make it, and can I show up on Zoom?
Just a quick response. I know I'm
Yeah.
a bit out of order, but integrity was not the basis for that policy decision. It's really opening the city up to undue liability on our sensitive decision-making that concerned me in my reading of it and why I brought it up. That's the main concern.
Ms. Haynes, and then Mr. Spears, and then Mr.
Oh,
Anderson.
no.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kevin. I'm sorry. All right.
So to address the closed session meetings, again, I agree with what Councilman Barnett said. That's about integrity. Again, that's an issue that we haven't faced. Because the camera's not on doesn't mean I'm in a room full of people letting them listen to what's going on. Again, when we took the oath to do our jobs. So when we look at integrity, it's not the integrity only during a closed session, it's our integrity as council members in everything that we do. And that's come to question at any point in time for any one of us. So that's not something that we face. We have not faced an issue of integrity as it relates to certain topics from a closed session. So I don't want us to paint that picture. We can't create issues that we have not faced just because. We're not there. I would say that we have some other issues of integrity that we can talk about, but they get swept under the rug every single day. So why would we use fear or the lack or the omission of integrity as to doing this? I don't agree. I don't agree with any of it, to be honest. And there's not an issue if we've done or if we do a study, and I believe there is a study on attendance for this regular Tuesday night council meeting. Who's missed meetings and who hasn't? Who regularly misses? I've been here, this is my fourth year, I hadn't missed a meeting yet. Not one. But I am also a regular remote attendee of the agenda briefing and the meetings that follow. So if we go into a special session after agenda briefing, yep, I'm there. I'm present, and you know I'm present.
Well, that's a good point. And let me ask this question, and I know some of it is time sensitive. In the past, it makes the meetings just a little bit longer, but we can always do closed sessions after this meeting, and we've done them before, and that'll solve that issue once and for all. That means all of us have to be here. So we don't have to have, and it wasn't a practice in the past where we had closed sessions after agenda briefing meetings, but I think we ought to go back to the way it used to be, where we have them right after this meeting so we can go into closed session. That's my take on it that way. It solves that issue, everybody's here, and we don't have a problem with it. And that way everybody's informed and everybody's making the decision as a council, not 6 people without 1 person here because somebody can't be here. That's just my take on it. And just make those, Tony, right after this. And they're usually, a lot of them have to do with labor or have something to do with something that somebody's been hurt and we're going through some kind of a process there. And sometimes it comes to acquisition of real property or business interest. But we usually can resolve most of those things pretty quickly. Neil?
Well, Kevin, I hate you think that this was never about you. This started before COVID, before we started doing all this stuff. And John, maybe right or wrong, we became kind of like legal minds following his leadership. And he's sitting there saying, we're not looking backwards at what could have happened. We're trying to look forward at what could happen. And to Luke's point about the closed sessions, I mean, I see there's change, and that's why I want to change and have more opportunities for remote. But there are certain things that closed meetings, I can see a day, I already see people in meetings that just blow my mind. I'm sitting right behind them at a Starbucks, and they're on a major meeting with their business. And I think if their business, if their owner, if their management knew that, it would just, it shocks me what some people, it's generational, it's just different. And I think when you're in a closed session, that's a clear time that should be in person or at a minimum where you can see person. Now, if the mayor that's the way we did it. I remember when I first got here, we did it right in that room right back there, right after meetings, and that would solve it. There'd probably be a few that come up, like you said, where there's urgency and time. But that still, we should have a rule for that situation instead of doing it on the fly. And that was the whole point of the exercise with John, was to try to not do things on the fly and to do things as they were laid out in our rules. This was much broader. It's about what, and it was discussed, exactly what you said. It's 2023. How do we evolve? How do we change it? But what can we not change? What should we not change? What should be required of a council person? What's reasonable? All these arguments occurred, and that's the reason for a committee is simply that. We go through it until we've done we've beat that rock as long as we can, then we bring it out here, and y'all do what you want with it. But that was the exercise. It was about the future, not what's happened in the past, or if we've had a problem, or if we suspect there's a problem. It was none of that. It was just how can we write the rules? They're old. I don't know whether they're 13 years old or 12 and a half years old, whatever they are, and we've evolved away from them. So they need to be updated, and then where do we see it evolving in the future that we feel comfortable we can make changes to address it? And that's what we did. And it's not ours. Somebody else is welcome to have my place on that committee in the future. It's a lot busier than what I thought I signed up for. But it's just something we're just kind of, this is what our hack at it. Y'all have a hack at it, and we'll come up with something we can have consensus. It's certainly not personal. I hate you feel that way.
You gotta call a spade a spade. And again, if we're using fear as a reason not to move forward, then that's the spade. There's only one person, and I wanna stay far away from the personalization of this in general. But it's just so clear. It's just so clear. It's just so specific. It's just so calculated. I'm the only person that attends meetings remotely. I'm the only one. I'm the only person that attends meetings remotely that has his camera cut off. And if you want to know where I'm at when I'm remote, I'm working, just like you. When you're not here for council meetings, you're at work, right? Okay, for the most part. So am I. I'm at the job that pays my bills. I don't really care how someone feels about me not being there, about me not being here in the physical, because I'm being responsible remotely. If we're in a closed session, I'm working remotely from my other job in my home alone. There's nothing getting out. It could be the same thing as one of you sitting in the closed session with your phone on mute or with your phone in your pocket. You could be recording. There's no difference. You could be recording, or like Councilman Barnett said, once you leave the closed session, you can go tell your friend, you can go tell your naked wife, you can go tell your naked mistress, you can do whatever you want to do if you wanted to do it. That is the question of integrity. I don't have those issues. I don't have issues of integrity. I don't have issues of being irresponsible. And that's just on Section 16. I mean, it's plenty of stuff. I don't even know if we can tackle this in one sitting. I don't think so. It's 10:30 already, 10:35 already. And we're just on Rule 16. And there are plenty other things in here that we need to discuss.
Ms. Haynes?
Thank you. Just to follow up on a couple of things, I think, you know, we certainly as a city have adopted and embraced the idea of technology, and I agree with Kevin that everything for the public, you know, that's why we have GTV and, you know, all these meetings and operating in sort of total transparency these days. And so I think we've made great strides in doing that. In response to the mayor, I think there's quite a difference in having a meeting, and I'm on a state board and a national board. There's a real difference in everybody being remote when people are, you know, out of town. They're in Oregon and Washington State and, you know, Texas and, you know, wherever they are. So obviously people have to be remote. And something that I'm on, Women in Municipal Government, that they do ask that you know, have your name because we don't all know each other and everything, and that you are visible so that people see you and interact, not with a black screen. So I don't think that's unreasonable, that this is the job for that hour or this, whatever it is, 4 hours. To me, that is the job. So, you know, I take it very seriously and feel that we should be here, and I think we should be here for agenda briefing, quite frankly. I think that is a very important thing. We accomplish an awful lot these days at agenda briefing, and I think it's a huge meeting. It's a 50% really of our meetings, and so I think it's important to be there, or if you're going to be in technology, to be visible and participating, where you can raise your hand. I mean, I've had to do that and be called on appropriately and maintain decorum in the meeting and participation.
Mr. Mayor, can I chime in real quick before Charlie? Just to respond to Margaret. So Margaret, these are your issues, basically. These are your issues. These are your issues because you want the camera on. I mean, if you really want to see me that bad, I can send you a picture to your phone if you really want to see me that bad. But you know I'm present. You know I'm present. So yeah, because I hear your rumblings. See, this is the beauty of being people and being involved in things. I've heard your gripes over the years about me not being here. I hear your little comments during agenda briefings when I'm not here. Oh, Mr. Spears, I didn't know you were there. I couldn't see you. Well, you take that up with technology. This is not.
We have the technology,
This is not put
Kevin.
together. This is not put together. No, you don't.
We have the technology
You cannot see me on this screen during the agenda briefing. Dylan, am I right? Am I wrong?
We should be able to.
It is possible, sure.
Sure.
The camera can be turned on or off, and we can project you.
The beginning of this, it wasn't possible,
And
right?
he can raise his hand, too.
I don't recall the time at which we advanced.
Okay. But there was a point in time where it wasn't possible.
I will just say that this is not just me. You might want to point the finger at
But
me,
you're the head
and that's
of it.
fine.
You're the head of
All I do is chair the meeting.
Yeah.
Mr. Rivenbark and Mr. Anderson can speak to that.
Yep, I'm certain they can, but you're the head of this.
Mr. Rivenbark?
I'm sorry, you said this was
Well,
not the
see,
only
and-
one. Let's get on with the rest of them. It's 20 minutes to 11.
Okay, Charlie, but again, if we're talking about our responsibilities, you signed up to bid this job. So if I'm not done yet, don't cut me off. But if you signed up to bid this job and this meeting goes on until whenever it goes on to, then you're just here. There's no need to rush it. Now you do that quite often.
Are you done?
No, not yet. Not yet. But you do that quite often, so you want to dictate the meeting from that chair, like you normally do with facial expressions and little snide comments, but we're beyond that. If we're going to put it out there, let's put it out there. Now I'm done.
And I'm not getting in a spitting contest with you because you're trying your best to drag me into it. One day we were over at the convention center and it went on and I said, can we hurry up? And you told me, you stood up and said, Charlie, this is what you signed up for. You know where I was going? I was going to a Council of Governments meeting because I'm on the executive committee. Well, no, I've been doing this for 22 years. I've missed 3 meetings, 3 meetings. Everybody up here has got a job. We all got jobs. When I got elected, each time I get elected, I can't wait to go to the committees that the mayor puts me on, and I don't miss them. It's important for your face to be there. We hear you, it's like God talking to us. Mr. Mayor, you know, that's okay. But I mean, if somebody has to do that, let me finish. I'm not through, Kevin.
Hold on, guys, one at a time.
When people elect you, they elect you to come do this. Maybe you don't have time for it. I make the time for it. I work 7 days a week. I'm 75 years old and I work 7 days a week. But I don't miss these meetings. I don't miss committee meetings. I don't miss any of them. And if you have to miss one periodically, that's great. We all have to miss one periodically. But to miss them on a regular basis, that's inexcusable.
But what have I missed on a regular basis? What meeting have I missed on a regular basis that's outside of this meeting? Have I missed this meeting on a regular basis? Never. I have never missed this meeting. I have never neglected my responsibility.
Mr. Anderson? I would like to ask a question, if you don't mind. On Rule 14, regular meetings, it says Section 4, if during a regular meeting, the business of the council is not concluded, and it doesn't happen often, but it has happened, by 12 a.m. midnight, the meeting shall be recessed for the conclusion of such business on such day, and an hour shall then be specifically fixed by the council. So we won't have an automatic, we're going to come back on Wednesday or Wednesday morning. It's going to have to be something that we have to decide up here.
Yes, sir. You just decide, do you want to continue all those items to the next regular meeting, or do you want to come back on a separate day, or whatever you wish, as far as whatever you don't get to on that night?
Well, an example of that would be that tomorrow, say this, we adjourn, that tomorrow Kevin and Clifford are catching a 7 a.m. flight to go, you know, on an official trip. So, you know,
so you'd have to figure out another time.
Yeah, so that, I mean, I think that's why we didn't say, you know, 9 o'clock the next morning.
Correct.
Okay.
Would that limit public discussion? Or I guess like tonight, it was kind of long.
Be up to us.
Okay, all right. One of the other, with number 16, one of the questions I had about the idea of the 50 miles, you know, and I guess that when I read it, it says, or like 50 miles, because I mean, I could have my knee messed up, and I'm not 50 miles away. So, okay, that's going to improve that. I like the idea. I like the idea of if you're on the screen, not on the screen, I like the idea of doing this meeting live. You know, people here. I like because this meeting is where we do all the voting and things like that. I like that. And then the other thing I want to just throw out is when we think about the future, you know, I don't know if people are going to be more involved in the technology piece or not. You know, like I know at my church, I still have folks who don't come in the building. You know, they still don't come in the building, but I'll run into a lot of people, you know, throughout the city. They'll say, I saw you Sunday, I saw you Sunday. So, you know, I don't know if we're going in that direction or not. But that's just something I think we need to just think about.
I was just going to explain, I mean, we had conversation, again, it came up about postponing it. As I recall, John brought up policies, other places that do that kind of thing. And the thought process was after 5.5 hours, how mentally strong are we? The people who came down to speak in a public hearing, they may have left, they didn't get their chance. The thought was, we would have a vote and try to pick a time where we'd all be more effective. We weren't trying to, I don't know how it ended up, but that was the goal. And then the same thing, I guess, we were looking at Clifford was, you know, we want to come, I think we're pretty good about technology for people that are coming to see us like they come to see you. It's just kind of like, we were looking at it from the other's perspective. What's our commitment? What should the commitment be from us? And I'm trying to go, Luke, would you mind, you kind of proposed.
Yeah, to me, it seems like we've got a few different camps here. We've got the overall governance proposal. We've got status quo. And then we've got regular meetings would be required in person, and a provision for closed session that would, I guess, mirror the regular meeting language in the proposed rules. That would be my proposal, and I think is a nice compromise, and also maintains or mitigates the liability against the city on closed session when we're discussing sensitive items.
In the regular meeting definition, to use this one.
This.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, given your point about having the closed sessions after this meeting, we'd be able to work with the manager's office because there are many closed sessions where we ask for your guidance but don't actually ask you to come out and take a vote. And we could still schedule those after the agenda briefing, the ones that don't require a vote after the agenda briefing meeting, so that only closed sessions where we're going to be asking you to vote would be after this meeting. We could work out something like that. If that's the decision that council makes, is to change this to regular business meetings, and closed sessions are subject to Rule 16.
That just didn't sound like the intent, Luke's intent, but I mean, his whole intent was, I mean, I didn't think it was just voting, it was the exposure, but.
I mean, that's easily done, and we've been doing it. And I want everybody here for closed session, because I think all 7 of us, when we're making a sometimes very tough decision, I want all of us here. If one person's not here because they can't be here because of the remoteness, then we say the situation, that person can sit there and say, well, I would have never voted for that. I want everybody here. That's how important it is. So that's why it can be done after this, and Tony and your staff can control that. That's pretty daggone easy to do, so we don't have to worry about after an agenda briefing, plus the fact the agenda briefings are going to 11 o'clock in some cases, sometimes till 12. So, but let me go back to the informational part that Luke alluded to, and Kevin does, you know, and some people are going to do it. It's informational, and you don't even have to be here. And the only reason it was created, and I believe David Jones started, the Mayor Jones started with that city council, was because at the regular meetings, there were so many questions by council members, it extended the meeting time, so it gave us an opportunity to be more efficient with our time and with the citizens' time. And so I want people to participate in that, because it's just informational. And if somebody has a question to ask it. And so you guys can get the answer. But on a formal vote, we want to be in person. I mean, that's my take on it. Because you don't even have to be here for agenda briefing if you don't want to be here. And nobody can do anything to you. But we do it because it helps us all out and helps you, Tony, and the staff to get information back to us as quickly as possible about information. And every one of us over time have asked you for additional information on different things. Other than that, I can live with most of this except for the closed session where you do it at the regular business meeting or formal vote. That's my thing.
Well, can I inquire, Mr. Mayor, about Rule 4, Section 3?
Sure you can. What page is it on, Kevin?
It's on page
3.
5. Well, I'm on my phone, so it's on page 5.
It's on page 3 or 5?
It says the city manager's office shall be responsible for the coordination and selection of the clergy that will perform the non-sectarian invocation. The volunteer process that is open to all clergy that reside or are employed in Wilmington shall be utilized. In the event that no clergy is available, the invocation shall be performed by a member of the council or staff designated by the presiding official. So, Mr. Manager, is this a responsibility that you wanted to start taking on?
We'll take on any duty council assigns us.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, is it something that you wanted to take on? Did you clearly want this for yourself?
Did I ask for it? No, sir.
Okay.
But will I take it? Yes, sir, absolutely.
I'm certain you'll take it, Tony. You're a good man. You're a company man. Where'd that come from? City manager didn't want it, so where'd it come from? Margaret?
It's not that the city manager doesn't want it. It's that this is a process of the invocation that needs to be open to all of the faith-based organizations in the community. And this has been mentioned off and on for the last decade, at least. And I think just a lot of this is we have a new city manager. When I got here, we had a city manager and 1 deputy. We now have a city manager and 3 deputies. And we are growing as a city, and I think a lot of this is just an attempt to clarify things and make it much more professional. And the city manager has the opportunity, he's not going to do it. He's going to delegate that and a number of other things to deputy managers. And that is the way it should operate, that the city manager, the legal form of government we have here, the legal form of government is a strong manager and weak mayor, weak council. That's what it's called. And that means that the city manager does it all. He runs the place, he makes the decisions, he does the day-to-day operations and makes all of those kinds of decisions. So I think it's just trying to professionalize the operation. A number of things are trying to do that here.
It doesn't, you recognizing me now, Mr. Mayor? Okay. It doesn't seem that weak now with you trying to be at the helm here. We ought to just change the resolution to Margaret's rules of order. That's what it seems like to me. But could you tell me what the process is for picking the pastors for invocation? Do you know what it is?
I've asked a number of times, and I believe the clerk has said that she sends out a calendar to the Ministerial Association, which many years ago, and Mr. Rivenbark, I think, knows more, has a better history than I, did include all of the faith-based organizations within the city, but that is not true any longer.
But let's ask the clerk. Madam Clerk, could you expound on this for us, please?
Yes, sir. The process is, every church that's in the city limits gets a letter from the clerk's office with a calendar of the meetings asking or requesting them to participate. It goes to all of the churches that are in the city limits. If they do not respond, we do a follow-up email, we do telephone calls, so everyone gets an opportunity. Many years ago, the council said that they wanted to use our police chaplains, so the chaplains also get an opportunity to sign up, which is done through Wilmington PD. So the process is we send a list out to everybody that's in our inventory on who they are, who the pastor is, and we don't pick and choose the affiliation. But everyone gets an opportunity to sign up. And right now, and we do it when council adopts their schedule, the clerk's office takes that schedule and sends it out so that when the council starts scheduling their meetings, we already know who the ministers are.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Any other questions in respect to to this?
I'll make a substitute motion to continue this.
You're putting that in formal motion? Kevin? So we have a motion to continue this item. Date specific, Kevin?
It's too much information at this hour to come up with a real plausible decision about it.
So what would you like? 2 weeks, next month? When?
Next month.
First meeting in February, or first meeting and second meeting in February?
I think we're there. Let's just vote on it.
I think governance has come out with a document here that is pretty thorough, and you've laid it all out. I think we've had an opportunity to weigh in on it. Kevin has indicated he'd like to have some more time to digest some of it. Whatever council's decision is, it is. But I like a lot of what I see here. The only thing that I would tell you that if it's informational and you want to be able to come by Zoom, so be it. If it's closed session and you got to vote, you got to be here. It's pretty simple to me.
And I'm, depending on if this motion to continue passes or not, I'm in favor of moving forward and making a motion to basically what the mayor just said. If it fails, then we can figure it out from there.
Well, do we have a second?
But that wasn't the entirety of the issue. There are other things like Rule 3. There's also a rule about town hall meetings. But do what you want, as you always will.
All right, that fails for lack of you're going to second it? Okay, discussion. Okay. And that's continued to what meeting?
I probably won't be here.
You should chime in remote.
I think we should vote on it.
All right. You think you'll be here the first meeting in March?
I'm voting to
Okay.
nay.
All right, what's going on? Okay. We'll move. I'll ask that Kevin would give the date of the first meeting in March.
All right, first meeting in March.
And we'll come back and look at it.
All in favor of that motion, please indicate. Vote. Passes 4-3. We'll see you in March. Okay, that brings us to our last item of business, which is the council's appointments committees for boards and commissions. At this time, I recognize Councilman Rosenbaum.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. The appointments to boards and commissions committee is, I'm the chair. Councilmember Neil Anderson serves with me on that, as well as Councilmember Luke Waddell. We held our meeting on January the 9th, and we offer up the following for your consideration. The Commission on African American History, we reappointed Raymond Davis with a term to expire 11/21/25. We reappointed Chamika Clinton Quintana, who a term to expire 11/18/25, and reappointed Ms. Evelyn Bryant with a term to expire 11/18/25. The Convention Center Advisory Committee, we reappointed Mrs. Maggie Appel, term to expire 12/7/25. Parks and Recreation, we have reappointed Terry Smith with a term to expire 12/19/25. And the Sister City Commission, we have appointed Ms. Laura Blair with the state ports to serve on that Sister City Commission, and also to approve the bylaws that were approved by the Sister City Commission and sent to us for our approval, and we present them to you all tonight. With that, I would move the appointments.
Okay, we have a motion approved by Councilman Rivenbark, second by Councilmember Anderson. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. This concludes our regular agenda. Are there any items to be brought forward by our city attorney?
No, sir.
City manager?
Absolutely none.
Madam Clerk? Mr. Waddell? Mr. Barnett?
Always a privilege to serve. February is Black History Month, but also in February, on President's Day, we'll be hosting an event called The First 2,000 Days, which deals with understanding brain development in children from 0 to 5. 90% of what they learn happens during that time period. and so it helps them to become good citizens, good students, and all those things. So we're doing a special session for faith-based leaders on President's Day, February the 20th at 1 o'clock. So I want to share that and just have people to look out for the kids. You know, take care of our children.
Thank you. Mr. Reinbar?
Yes, sir. Last week, Wilmington lost a great man by the name of Colonel Johnny Hennigan. And he and his wife, he would probably say no if he were here to say it, but they pretty much revitalized the Sunset Park neighborhood when they moved in there, when they retired here in the early 90s. It was not what it is today, and they just took it upon themselves to, I think they went door to door, and everybody just loved him, and Elsa is, our prayers go out for her. But Johnny was a great man, and he'll sorely be missed. And also, Mayor, if you will bring it up, the crime statistics. So,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I have one quick item. Mr. Moten just reminded me, you do have your budget workshop next Monday, and your budget books are in your boxes downstairs, in your mailboxes in the office. I apologize.
I was going to recognize Johnny as well. I will not go into that kind of length, but I do remember when I filed to run the first time and drove my car over to Sunset Park. He was having a little neighborhood candidate party, and I mean, it's pretty different just to walk in somebody's backyard. You don't know a soul. I mean, no one. And the whole process is new to you, and what to do, and how to, and when he comes over and introduces himself and just starts introducing you to people and telling you about Sunset Park issues, and just, I don't know, just a great American and a great Wilmingtonian. Miss him.
Spears? Charlie alluded to it, but I do want to congratulate Chief Williams and all of the men and women, and we got some of them in here tonight, of the Wilmington Police Department for the outstanding work that they have done. We have the lowest Part 1 crime statistics in decades, and it's a testament to the men and women of that department and the hard work and the community engagement that Chief Williams and his fine staff and people are doing to help solve crimes and get the crime rate down. And we really appreciate all of their efforts, and it has not been an easy ride for a lot of cities, but this city is on a downward slope, and that's a lot of great work that has been done out there. And I just want to say congratulations to those men and women, because they do yeoman's work every single day. So with that, thank you for taking an interest in your government. We stand adjourned.